Welcome back to the channel. This is Trendy Storm and you are watching 8th part of What If Naruto Was Trained by Ninjas from Another World. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to the channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Naruto Uzumaki was a little irritated. His new forehead protector was made of black metal rather than a plain paint job. He no longer had the leaf symbol. Instead, the 3 claw marks in the middle matched the scars on his face. This is annoying. Tsunade walked beside him, laughing. Both Sakura and Sasuke had on their Anbu masks. They were traveling through the Lightning Country Mountains, with Kumo's gates in the close vicinity. It's not so bad. While Masara, Kurama, and Kira were all dressed as ninjas and had matching forehead protectors, he was not with them and was not sporting an Anbu uniform. They stood with their shoulders bowed around him. His scarf had disappeared, having been relieved of it by Tsunade, and he was sporting traditional ninja attire without a hood, with the symbol of the claws inscribed on his right breast. Why am I doing this again? I'd rather no one knew my face. The female gave a head shake. Because you're the face of your kingdom. The boy gave her a scowl. Tsunade let out a tiny sigh. Do you have a better idea? Naruto blinked as he studied her. Well, he said, raising his hands and sealing the deal. Henge. A large gold 9-tailed fox materialized in front of the Hokage, and she appeared impressed. Well, that's impressive. The boy gave her a narrowed look. I guess it is. Still, why are you doing this to me anyway? I'm never going to hire any ninjas. Sakura and Sasuke were perplexed by what was happening. Since they left Konoha, Naruto had become quiet and appeared a little agitated. She had made him take off his uniform, and he was accompanied by his 3 Kitsune pals. They were merely observers, and the protocol of their jobs prevented them from raising any objections. They were followed by Guy and his team, Ino and Yugo and their 2 teammates, Ayume and her 2 teammates, and a Junin Naruto was not familiar with. He was a fit man with red hair who had a frown on his face. As the 2 conversed, everyone was staring at them and was perplexed. Maida raised her voice. Hokage, I am curious. What is going on? Uzumaki seems upset, and he's acting strangely. A very odd henge. The animal, encircled by 3 girls, gave him a quick glance back. I got fired. I'm not a Konoha ninja anymore. Both Sakura and Sasuke gasped and looked at the Hokage. They nearly came to a halt as they flanked her. She placed her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes. Stop being a brat. You're a king. I can't use you to complete contracts. I told you already, you're not fired. You're still an Anbu as far as the village is concerned. The fox sighed deeply. Yeah. I get it. I still don't like it. Masara gave him a look. Don't be like that, Highness. Kurama gave a nod of agreement. She's right. If something happened to you, the queen would be upset. The prince would miss you as well. The king's head was hung. It's not that. I can take care of myself. I don't need to be protected. Kira let out a small laugh. It's part of being a king, Highness. Lee scowled and raised a powerful eyebrow. Sakura shuddered slightly upon seeing it. King? Tsunade gave a nod. She gave the Kitsune trio a sidelong glance and said, yes, he's been crowned king of the Kitsune. They are important allies of Konoha now. He can't hide from everywhere else forever if he's going to be a king. Before he left for the festival, they had a talk with her. Unbeknownst to him, they had asked her to assist them in training him for the role and in acclimating him to the idea of being king. At first, it turned her off a little, but the fact that it seemed to annoy him helped. They were owed by Konoha, and they were a valuable ally. Finally, she had consented to assist. His not being sent out on contracts was a condition of the arrangement. She didn't like giving up one of her best ninja, so it was a difficult choice. She also left with the requirement that he continue to be a Konoha nin and train genin when the time came. Nor could she stop him from taking the necessary action. He needed to be independent, but he also needed to follow the guidelines set forth for Konoha ninja. In a way, he still represented them, especially if he was retaining his team. On the matter, assigning him Team 7 was a compromise. Although she was unable to assign missions to him, she could assign missions to his team. It was up to him whether or not he helped them. The kitsune knew the weakness in the situation. Though she had considered it before he did, it was Masara who had brought it to her attention. He was free to take part in any mission assigned to his team. She sensed that he would not only assist them, but also leave Konohagakure's hands clean in the event of an emergency. When the exams were over, she intended to have a private conversation with him about the situation. As it was, watching him wriggle was just too much fun. It was a bit of a pleasant surprise, his henge. He could find it helpful to have two identities, which was something else she intended to discuss with him at that time. You should remain like that. You're right, you are more useful to Konoha if people don't know your face, and it's much more fitting to represent the Kidon that way, I think. That appeared to please his three guards. Masara grinned at the animal and said, "She's right, Highness. You don't have to look like a person when you're being our king." The animal turned its ears back and nodded. "Not that you're not anyway, but..." Kira reddened. "Yes, he's very handsome that way." Ino's brow quirked slightly. "Handsome?" The animal seemed to brighten up a little, but he was still obviously irritated by his position. "I guess you're right. This could be useful." Tsunade peered behind the head of the golden fox. The kitsune withheld further details, but she suspected that Naruto's position was more complicated than the boy realized. The foxes never revealed what it was, though they appeared to suggest it. His henge had an odd appearance and was quite ostentatious. The boy did not typically act in such a manner. She couldn't help but wonder if the appearance of his henge was connected in any way. The three kitsune appeared to be acquainted with it. She glanced at the ninja trailing behind her. She found herself wishing it had come up sooner because there were a lot of eyes and ears around them at the moment. "I forbid anyone to speak of this. No one must know that Naruto as he appears now is or was a Konohagakure ninja. He is the Fox King, and the kitsune cannot be too closely tied to Konoha. It is more important than you might think." Not that she wasn't confident in them. The fewer who know about this the better. None of you ever saw this happen, and I suggest you take that very seriously. The Fox King is not Uzumaki Naruto. He cannot be revealed. The others nodded, glancing at her with differing degrees of surprise. The fox with golden hair was still grumpy. It was like a collar around his neck, his new forehead protector. He was also a little taken aback by Tsunade's declaration, "I hate politics." It didn't seem to improve his mood much. "After all that pushing to get me to do this, you're gonna go and do this now? What's up?" he asked. "Geez, what am I, a superhero? Stupid secret identity and everything." She gave him a quick glance. "I realize the advantages to this little henge of yours. I'll be giving you another Konoha forehead protector when we return. I suggest wearing it when you are human, and keeping the one around your neck for this form." The fox gave a nod. "I guess. Wish you'd brought it up sooner, half the village is standing here. Most of Konoha already knows about it. They announced it to the whole village when they showed up to help during that mess in the last exams." Kurama blushed slightly at that, but remained silent. The female gave a nod. "So do I, but there's nothing to be done about it now. I trust them, don't you?" Casting a sidelong glance, Naruto sighed slightly. "Depends on what you mean by trust. Still, I don't think they'll say anything after what you said. I doubt it will remain a secret forever anyway. Too many people know about it." He strolled in silence for a short while before noticing his three guards glaring and advancing to prevent someone from approaching him from the side. They all gave him a quick glance and appeared a little agitated with the boy who had approached them. "Leave it alone." Hyuga Neji was there, and he appeared unconcerned about upsetting his three guards. "You want something, Neji?" Neji had a puzzled expression on his face. "Uzumaki? What's this about being a king?" Lee followed quickly behind and advanced to his teammate's side. "Such arrogance. Really, Uzumaki? King?" Ayume crossed her arms and peered up at the trees a short distance away, snorting. "What's the big deal anyway?" With her, the boy with green hair rolled his eyes. "That loser? I remember him from the academy. How the heck does he figure ease?" The animal gave them a grumpy, backward glance. I married their queen, remember? Kira gave a nod. That's right. He was crowned during the Great Kitsune Autumn Festival in Shadow Realm. He's not pretending, he's a real king. Masara appeared happy. Right, whether he likes it or not. The golden fox relaxed even though it appeared ready to snap at him. Right. I guess so. Tsunade glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Konoha doesn't intend to tip our hand. However, you may need to know some of the other country's leaders. You'll need the contacts you can make here. You're not attending as one of my ninja. I'm just getting you in the door, but you need to be speaking with the country's representatives, and I'll introduce you to Raikage. You don't have to make friends, but you should be aware of who they are, and what they look like. As the leader of a nation, you should, even if you do not intend to make relations. It could lead to a mistake that may cause problems for your people. Not looking like yourself may help with that. You look older than you really are that way, and it could help. You've got 9 tails, most people will assume you're at least 900 years old. I wouldn't recommend mentioning that you're not, that you're new to being king, or that your wife is free. It could give the mistaken impression that Konohagakure is weaker because of it. It would not help any of us, you included, for anyone to learn that Konoha is without its Jinchuriki. Naruto looked up at her, perplexed. What the heck is a Jinchuriki? Kurama gave him a mildly surprised glance. You are, or rather you were. It's someone with one of the tailed beasts sealed within them. Humans call them Biju, and our queen is one of them, and the most powerful. There are others as well. Kumo has 2 of them. The 2 tails and the 8 tails both reside here in hosts. Their king widened his eyes a little. Huh? Masara also raised her voice. Yeah. That boy Sasuke fought in the exams, Gaara of the Sand, is the host of the One Tail. The golden fox's gaze dropped to the earth. That's interesting. They're like I used to be? Kira shrugged and said, sort of. It's a little different because of the 4th seal, but yeah. Head tilted, Ino did. I'm confused. What's going on? Yugo grinned as he peered down at her. It seems the Hokage has taken Uzumaki under her wing. She's helping him with his new position of king of the Kitsune. The blonde girl gave a nod. I already knew about that. What's this about not being able to use him? He's an Anbu, right? What about us? Both Sakura and Sasuke glanced back, noting the conversation. Tsunade raised her voice. He's an Anbu captain. I just can't send him on missions. Putting his life in danger by giving him contracts and sending him on S-rank missions would hurt our relations with the Kitsune if he became injured or killed. Don't worry, he'll be fine. It's not as bad as he's making it out to be. He's a Junin, and an Anbu captain. He has plenty of room to act on his own. The gold fox was standing back, mocking her from behind her back, and smirking at her. The 3 of his guards were laughing hard. He wasn't happy with her, but he wasn't furious either. It bothered him that she was talking about him non-stop and telling everyone in earshot. Furthermore, he was powerless to stop her. With an innocent expression, he looked away as the woman turned to frown at him a little. Although they weren't as adept at hiding it as he was, his guard was carrying out the same action. The group's other ninja appeared perplexed and agitated. Nobody seemed to know how to respond to it all or what to say. Neji crossed his arms and nodded. So, seems you're not as cursed as you thought. The creature gave a snort. Are you kidding me? It's awful. I've trained my whole life to do what I was told, be a tool and a servant, and what does it get me? Put in charge. As bad as it sounds, I'd almost take that curse of yours just to be back in a familiar position again. I've got no idea what the hell I'm supposed to do. Tsunade just keeps telling me, oh. You'll be fine. Don't worry. You'll get it. I've not got a clue, and it's making me nervous as hell just thinking about it. The boy gave a small smile and shook his head. I see. I still want to fight you. I've not given up yet. The animal shrugged half-heartedly, appearing uninterested. Yeah. Sasuke says that sometimes too. I don't get that attitude, but hey. I don't really get being king either. With his arms crossed, Rock Lee scowled at the beast. You should not speak of the Hokage in such a familiar way. The creature turned its ears back. It was her idea. Well, actually her idea was even worse. She tried to make me call her Lil Tsunade. I had to talk her out of it. Lee was astounded. That's very inappropriate. Naruto gave a nod. He looked ahead of them and irritated once more, saying, "That's what I said. I thought I was coming along as a guard. A little notice about this would have been nice." Tsunade gave him a quick look. "If I had said something, you would have tried to get out of it." Kira gave a nod. "She knows you pretty well, Highness." The gold fox's head was hanging. "Shut up, would you?" When Kumogakure's gates opened, Naruto remained inside his henge. The man at the gates looked at him, and he let out a little sigh. He was the same ninja who had greeted the genin groups as they arrived for the preliminary round of the tournament. Tsunade gave him a smile. "Hello. I am Tsunade, Hokage of Konohagakure." The man gave a head nod. He stopped and looked around to see that 3 of the group were gathered around a big gold fox. "We have been waiting for your arrival." Their strange, unrecognizable symbol was on their foreheads, but they did not have Konoha forehead protectors on. "Who are you? What business do you have in Kumo? Speak quickly, or I shall be forced to detain you." The fox snarled a little and flattened its ears. "They're my guard." With a snort, the man turned to face Tsunade. "We weren't expecting you to bring a pet." He was yelled at by Naruto. His tails wagged behind him and the man looked perplexed, saying, "I'm not a pet." The man appeared irritated to Masara, who said, "This is the king of Shadow Realm." Kurama appeared mildly amused. "Yes, we're here to watch the finals of the Chunin exams." Tsunade pulled at her headpiece. "Yes. I met him a few months ago. He may be interested in hiring shinobi in the future." The fox in gold tilted his head. He appeared to realize that it might be helpful to do so at some point, saying, "Well, maybe someday. Not much use for them at the moment, but you never know." He looked at Tsunade, as if realizing that he could bring in outside help for either Konoha or himself. If he ever needed to hire shinobi on behalf of Shadow Realm, he had the wealth to do so. Though far from weak, they lacked a shinobi village of their own, and the Kitsune were neither military minded nor structured in such a way. From what he'd seen, they were skilled archers as a culture, but their strength showed was more in deception and numbers. They were stealthy and sneaky more than strong and powerful. Their illusions were their greatest strength, and while quite powerful on the whole, individually they weren't all that strong from what he knew. They preferred fighting at a distance, or evading trouble. A group of ninja or a clan would pose little threat, but a village of them against them might prove troublesome, never mind a country. He couldn't discount their strength as a group, but they were more suited to a support role and weren't a warrior culture. The Kumo man frowned at this. He ran his fingers through his shaggy white mop of hair. "I'm not certain I can allow you to enter." The woman crossed her arms. "I was planning on introducing him to Raikage. I'm sure the delegates will be interested in meeting him as well." The white-haired man nodded and waved for them to follow. "It's on your head, woman." Naruto found himself standing in front of a very large man with bronze skin and a scowl on his face. Tsunade gave a small smile and nodded as she entered his office. Sasuke and Sakura were both outside the door with Kira, Masara, and Kurama standing guard in the hall. "Raikage, it is good to finally meet you." She bowed her head in greeting. The man smirked and crossed his arms. "Ah. The new Hokage. I've heard of you, of course. Tsunade, the Slug Nin, one of Konoha's legendary 3. Quite impressive." The last part sounded a little sarcastic. The gold fox was starting to wonder if transforming was such a good idea. He was getting a little warm indoors, but his coat was perfect for outside. The mountain air was a little chilly, but the interior of the building was kept warm. He let his tongue hang out and found it helped to pant a bit as he sat on the floor and looked between them. He regarded them both as they talked. The man seemed to be puffing himself up and trying to look impressive. He succeeded pretty well. "I hope you are well. The event doesn't start for a few hours yet. I'll have my assistant show you to a room where you can freshen up before the exam begins." He paused and regarded the rather large animal sitting beside her in his office. "What is this thing?" Naruto spoke up and flattened his ears. thing? The man looked surprised. It speaks? Interesting pet. The fox growled a little at him. I am not a pet. His tails wagged in agitation behind him. Rakage noticed there was more than one, quite a few in fact. 9 tails? His eyes went a little wide. What the? He uncrossed his arms a bit. Tsunade spoke up. He's a potential client. This is the Fox King, the ruler of Shadow Realm. I met him a few months ago. I asked him to come along so he could see the strength of Konohagakure's ninja. The large man narrowed his eyes at her. I see. The animal nodded. I don't have much need of ninja at the moment. However, you never know. I'm interested to see how Kumogakure performs as well. That caught Tsunade off guard a little. She arched her eyebrow and regained her composure. The large man frowned at her. This is not your Jinchuriki? Tsunade shook her head. No, this is the husband of Fire Country's Biju. An aged voice spoke up as the door to the office closed. Interesting that he would be with you then. I'd think he'd be rather upset with Konohagakure considering. The gold fox looked back and noticed a small old man with a large nose looking at him. He was about as tall as he was as a fox and wore a large hat like Rakage and Tsunade. The largest of the cage glared at him. How long have you been there? Tsuchikage, the leader of Iwagakure, leaned on his cane and smirked at the two younger cage. Well, I wasn't expecting the Hokage to be here. Hello. I suppose it is pleasant to meet you. Tsunade nodded in greeting and looked very serious. Tsuchikage, a pleasure. Rakage chuckled. I'm surprised you showed up. None of your genin made it. The old man gave a wheezing chuckle. I didn't expect it. If I had known the Hokage would be attending, I might not have come. They are all first-timers this time. So, a kitsune? What brings you? Naruto perked his ears up and looked a bit shifty. It sounded interesting. Tsunade blushed a bit. It was a last-minute decision. I probably wouldn't have come if not for His Highness. I thought he might find it interesting, and invited him. Tsuchikage nodded. I suppose he would. I wasn't aware Shadow Realm had a king. Rakage frowned at Tsunade. Yes. Neither was I. If this is an impostor or some kind of joke. The old man seemed amused. You're always so excitable. What does it matter? The 9-tailed fox lifted his nose and said nothing. Tsunade gave a small shake of her head. It doesn't. I'm not the type to joke about it. It seems the kitsune have become more interested in interacting with humans recently. Tsuchikage looked at Naruto. What for? It makes it easier to screw with your kind. Plus, we have a liking for some of your food. It's easier if we don't need to steal it or trick you out of it. We can get more, and have a more steady and reliable supply, and we can offer certain services, if we're so inclined. Again, Tsunade cocked her eyebrow. Rakage gave a rough snort. Such as? Naruto cocked his head with his ears perked up. Are the two of you aware that both Lightning Country and Earth Country have hidden sound bases within your borders? Everyone in the room was looking at him. Even Tsunade seemed surprised at him bringing it up. He looked away with his ears flattened against his head. If I like you, I might tell you where. Rakage bowed up. If you don't, I'll have a new rug for. Tsuchikage narrowed his eyes at the man. I do hope you realize that you're making threats to a 9-tailed fox. I admit I didn't know Shadow Realm had a king, but I suggest you consider the possible consequences if he is being honest. Think carefully before you make threats. Naruto nodded. Right. There was no way he could break his henge until he left. He was very nervous, but did his best to hide it. I was planning on telling you anyway. I don't care much for them. That jerk Orochimaru threatened my son. He'll kill him if he gets the chance. The oldest of the group nodded. I see. Your presence here and interest in our kind makes more sense now. Orochimaru is a powerful ninja. The gold fox looked at him. He's got an interest in Fire Country and hates Konohagakure. However, he's been keeping an eye on the two of you as well. I suspect that every country has at least one small base hidden in it for spying purposes. Fire Country has quite the infestation. Wind Country has a similar problem, but I'm less inclined to help them out considering they were helping him, and I don't trust them. Tsunade seemed to relax a little more. Yes. Tsuchikage had a bit of a sparkle in his eyes. Well, then. It is an honor to meet you then. Tsunade glanced over her shoulder as Reikage's attendant stood by the doorway waiting on her. I suppose I'll go and freshen up. You boys play nice. Naruto had been digging himself into a hole, but had managed to talk himself out of it without her help. He was quite skilled at being almost honest, it seemed. She was a bit nervous about leaving him alone with them, but didn't see the need to hold his hand any longer. She noticed he didn't seem upset with her leaving. Reikage sat behind his desk. About these bases? The gold fox nodded. I only know about one. Do you have a map? The man opened the drawer to his desk and pulled one out. It was a large map of the world and took up the whole of his desk. The fox looked down at it and pointed with his paw. Here. Near the border in these mountains. It's an underground tunnel network in this valley. The entrance is a small abandoned shack. Expect a few traps to be set around it. Probably a few early warning perimeter defenses. I'm to understand the area around it is covered in seals that will alert them to intruders. He moved over to Earth Country and tapped his paw down. Here. On the edge of this desert region. There's a small oasis. The base is hidden underground. Most of them are actually. There's a cave hidden in a large grouping of boulders. It's close to the water, but not right next to it. Within a half-kilometer of the site to the north. Defenses are pretty much the same, seals near the entrance, and traps about 60 yards out in every direction. Covered pits mostly. The old man seemed to consider it. I see. I shall have my ninja look into it. Reikage looked very firm and serious. As will I. How do you know this? The golden animal looked at him. Like I would tell anyone that. What does it matter? I'm a king, and I've got good sources. I've got reason to be interested in Sound's dealings, and I've been watching them for a while now. The two Kage blinked and looked at each other. Neither one seemed entirely satisfied with that answer. Naruto looked towards the door and narrowed his eyes. Hey. He was annoyed at Tsunade, and had gotten her attention more than once in the meeting he'd noticed. Hey. You two guys can keep a secret, right? She'll be pretty mad if she finds out about this. Reikage nodded. About what? Tsuchikage seemed very interested. Yes. What is it? Naruto reached into his fur and slapped 5 photos onto the desk with his paw. Pictures of the 5th Hokage in the bath. Set of 5, for 3,000 ryo. The two men got very wide eyes and looked down at the pictures. Tsunade was quite nude, and sitting on the edge of a large bath pool in various positions that showed off her figure. Tsuchikage wiped his chin and got very wide eyes. Ooh. Reikage grinned and rubbed his hands together. Deal. Naruto chuckled and glanced at the old man. How about it? She's got a 106-centimeter bust. Don't tell me that's not impressive. The oldest Kage considered it. Very well. I cannot pass up such an opportunity. The fox seemed pleased and wagged his tails. Just don't let her catch you with them. Tsuchikage, he handed over the money with Reikage. The old man glanced at the fox for a moment and peered at she photos. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You are a kitsune after all. Naruto nodded and let his tongue hang out. Yeah. I'm king of the perverts. He seemed quite pleased with himself. Any doubt Tsuchikage might have had about the validity of his identity was gone at that statement. Reikage leaned towards Naruto. If you ever get the opportunity, I would be willing to pay handsomely for photos like this of Mizukage as well. The old man narrowed his eyes and nodded. Yes. Agreed. She's quite beautiful, completely psychotic, but very attractive. The gold fox nodded. Really? Huh. I'll see what I can do, but no promises. He looked back and forth between the two men. Don't forget, she'll be pretty pissed if she catches you with these. She's got a short temper too. Tsuchikage closed his eyes and mulled over that information for a moment. Understood. Reikage agreed. Yes, She is no match for me, but I've no intention of provoking her. Naruto growled a little as he looked at the seating. The seats were designed for humans, and he wouldn't fit comfortably into them. Great. He didn't want to sit on the stairs, though his 3 guards were standing around him. There wasn't really anyone there yet, and the arena was still empty. It was a very different setup than the arena in Konoha. It was a large pit, with logs planted into the ground as pillars, and an ankle-deep pool of water on the bottom. There was a horizontal suspended log over the top of the pit, with a door on either side that the combatants would enter through. The poles in the ground below varied in height, but none were tall enough to reach the suspended log. The result was a lot of cover at the bottom, lots of footholds above the water, and an open face-off to start the match. He looked about at his trio of guardians and gave a heavy sigh. Why not? He closed his eyes and muttered under his breath. Sexy no jutsu. Masara, Kurama, and Kira all blinked as they looked on at the blonde girl who appeared before them. She was clothed in a simple kimono and pulled her forehead protector up to her forehead. That works. The redhead smirked at the scene. Hey, that's pretty good, Highness. The green-haired girl nodded. Yes. Very impressive. The violet-haired girl smiled as they took position around his seat. You realize we're going to remember you can do this later, right? The young blonde girl sucked in a quick breath and glanced around. The trio was giving him a rather wicked-looking stare. Hey. Cut it out. I am so not doing that. I'm a guy. Kurama and Masara nodded. So are we. The blonde frowned at them. No dudes. I've got limits, and I'm not willing to negotiate. Kira giggled. That's okay. There's lots of fun things we can do even if we're all female. The other 2 nodded and looked very pleased. She's right, agreed the redhead. Naruto scowled and regretted what he'd done. Should have just sat on the stairs. He could tell already they weren't going to let it go, and it was already too late to take it back. He also had trouble putting up much resistance once they were nude and knew it. Crap. Then, his situation got worse. Other delegates were starting to arrive. The seats were filling up fast, and no one had noticed his transformation. An older man with fine clothes moved up. Well, hello. I've not seen you before. He looked to be in his 40s and had a balding head with a ponytail tied up and fanned over his head. He opened a fan with a familiar symbol on it. A leaf pointing upright from a branch. I am Mofune, the ambassador of Tea Country. Are you here with someone? The man bowed to the blonde and grinned at her and what appeared to be 3 rather attractive kunoichi guards. Not really. She looked annoyed, but the man didn't seem to notice. I suppose it's... She sucked in a quick breath and got a little wide-eyed in disgust as he grabbed her hand and kissed it. It's unsettling to see such lovely ladies all alone at such an event. It's a brutal affair. He didn't notice her wipe her hand off on her clothes and glare at him in annoyance. What is your name? The young blonde glanced over his shoulder and was distracted. A familiar man with long blonde hair and a bow hooked over his shoulder was standing with the man. He was wearing a forehead protector with the Tea Country symbol on it. The man noticed her gaze and turned his eyes away. Naruto shook her head and looked at the older man. Huh? Tea Country? The ambassador nodded. Yes. Our nation is quite wealthy. It is a prosperous time indeed. Surely a woman such as yourself can appreciate the finer things in life? The young Junin glanced over at the blonde man with him. A friend of yours? The older man frowned a little at his companion. Yes, this is Kai. He is my bodyguard. A capable man, but his type is rather boring, don't you think? Naruto nodded and looked away again. The old guy was starting to creep her out a little. The last time she saw Kai, he was calling himself Tanuki. He gave her a nod and seemed less than interested in the conversation. Ah. Mofune. It is good to see you again. A 30-year-old man with short-cut brown hair in rich clothes with a cape moved up. The older man narrowed his eyes and gave a fake-looking smile. Yes. It has been a while. The new man glanced at the 4 women and noticed they weren't smiling. They also didn't seem upset, but it was clear the blonde was being polite and nothing more. Who is this lovely young flower? He bowed and took her hand. Naruto's guard did little to block him, but kept position around her. The blonde almost jerked her hand away, but suffered through it. I am Iwaza, representative of River Country. Yet another man appeared. How boring. This time he had slicked back black hair and appeared to be in his young 20s. I'm certain she doesn't wish to speak to such old men. He smiled at her and sniffed on a lily flower. I am Irada, of Marsh Country. I never expected to see such beauty at such an event. While I admit the women of Kumo have a certain allure, none of them can mock such flowers as these. Mofune was clearly annoyed. Huh. Such a poor land, with little to speak of that is of any worth. Irada snorted. Marsh Country is well known for the passion of its people and the romantic prowess of its men. Tea Country is known for little more than surly sailors and barmaids. Naruto gave him a small glare. You've got something against barmaids? The man blinked in surprise. Of course not. They serve their purpose and see to it that the common man's needs are met, as well as ensure that their lines continue. Iwaza gave a small sigh and rolled his eyes. Now. I'm sure this lovely young woman is less than interested in hearing about such droll subjects. A new voice spoke up. Looks to me like all of you are bugging her. Why don't you lay off? The group glanced back and noticed another young man with short brown hair and with a sword on his back. His clothes were neat and expensive, but not as flashy as the others. He had his feet kicked up on top of the seat in front of him and his hands behind his head. He was giving them a cool gaze and scowled. Kai glanced back at him and nodded. Captain Kagome. I see that Valley Country can't afford to send anyone of worth, yet again. Iwaza gave a snort and lifted his nose. Just a dirty soldier. The young man smirked. None of you idiots is getting laid, you know. Not with this one. Mofune snorted. How crude. To suggest such a thing is an offense. If we weren't the guests of Kumo, I would have Kai gut you. Naruto hadn't been able to get much of a word in, and his guards weren't inclined to do anything but stand and watch. None of the people around her were a threat. In fact, they were stifling chuckles and doing their best to look both sultry and serious at the same time. Naruto looked at the newest one to speak up. Captain Kagome? The young man nodded. That's right. Kagome Azumi, captain of the Royal Guard of Valley Country. He simply nodded and didn't get up. The young blonde nodded. A soldier then? I can respect that. She glanced at the group surrounding her. The men frowned at the captain. Iwaza was the first to speak up. Yes. A simple man, no sophistication. I'm sure a woman of such culture would find such a man less than interesting. Mofune looked like he wanted to shove him aside. Tell us, from where do you hail? I didn't catch your name. She smiled at him. I didn't give it. You've all been talking, and it would have been rude to interrupt. He blushed a bit. Iwaza narrowed his eyes. Then tell us, we're very interested. Irada nodded as well. Yes. We've never seen you before. You'd be rather hard to miss. Miss? Kai spoke up and surprised Mofune a little. Yes. I've never seen that symbol before. Forgive me if I speak out of place, but what country does it represent? I am not familiar with it. Naruto glanced at him and narrowed his eyes a little. Not at all. He didn't know him, and though he was working against Fire Country in the past, they were not enemies as far as he knew. Kagome nodded. Yeah. Where are you from anyway? I've never seen that symbol either, and I've been around a bit. He glanced at the group. She's married, you know. Not that it matters much to any of you. Iwaza chuckled. Not at all. Why should it? The young blonde gave a small shrug. I'm the ruler of Shadow Realm. The men around her went very quiet. All of them looked shocked and had gone a little pale. Shadow Realm? Mofune stuttered. Masara gave a nod. Indeed. All of Shadow Realm, including Kitsune, is ruled by Highness. The blonde stuck her nose up and tossed her hair a bit. Azumi snorted a little. Guess she probably doesn't care much either. Kai squinted at the young blonde. I wasn't aware that Shadow Realm had a current ruler. Kira gave him a shrug. We don't relate much with humans. Mofune was massaging his palms. Well, if there's anything we can do to make your stay more comfortable? It was clear he was getting excited. Kai appeared somewhat concerned about that. He said nothing at all. It appeared that Naruto noticed. Unfortunately, I don't really care for men. The captain is right. None of you are going to get laid. I guess it's good to meet you all. Kagome appeared to relax and let out a small snort of laughter. I find that to be intriguing. What does it bring you? The youthful blonde turned to face him. I have justifications. However, I don't really know any of you. I would prefer to keep them private. The boxes were nearly full, and she saw several of the men glancing at her and the 3 kitsune guards she was with. Some of the delegates were accompanied by additional women. What are all of you up to? Chasing after this girl? A fresh voice raised its voice. A boisterous and aggressive-looking woman approached the scene. Perverts, clear off, the lot of you. Mofune grinned behind him. Oh. Umi, the representative. It's enjoyable too. He was growled at by a pretty woman with aqua-colored hair and gray eyes. Her long hair was pinned up, and she wore an opulent-looking dress. You old pervert, you dried up. Get away from it. Iwaza approached her and placed his arm over her shoulder. Umi, as a representative. You ought not to be so chilly. She gave him a slap across the arm. And you too. Don't assume that I don't understand your role in this. She removed Irada's hand from her behind with a slap. I said clear off. With a heavy heart, Kai moved to put himself between her and Mofune. I can't allow you to hit him, you know that. Even if you do believe that he is deserving. The woman, who appeared to be in her mid-20s, calmed down a little. Yes. Tell him to find a different place to sit if you want to keep him safe. She sighed heavily and turned to face the bewildered blonde. All 3 of her friends were grinning at her. You. I haven't seen you previously. Are you new to this? Which nation do you represent? She sat down and talked some more. You will lose all respect from those idiots if you are not gentle with them. Nothing but long-limbed penises. The entire group of them. Cocking her head, Naruto just watched. Who are you? The men left, appearing irritated with her. I'm Uzumaki Umi, the representative of Whirlpool Country. Hello. It's good to see you. A different, much happier sounding voice spoke up. Beside the newcomer, a 23-year-old brunette woman took a seat. She had on fishnet leggings and a form-fitting skirt. Hi Mizu. It's good to see you too. Naruto gazed at the woman with blue hair, his eyes widening. You. Uzumaki? The most recent woman gave her a look. Who are you? I haven't seen you previously. As Wave Country's representative, I'm Mizu. Shaking it off, the blonde took a quick look at Mizu. I'm. Before he said his name, he caught himself. The ruler of Shadow Realm. The 2 women gave her a rather expressionless look. Kagome was still seated in a casual manner behind the scenes. So, you 4 are kitsune then? He exuded confidence and ease, and he was sufficiently amiable without coming across as overly engaged. Masara gave a nod. That's right. Umi turned her head back. Oh. One more pervert. Hi there, Azum. Mizu gave him a smile and blushed. Captain. The man just raised his hand and waved a little. Hey. It has been some time. Kira appeared to notice that Naruto was preoccupied with the woman with the blue hair. Uzumaki? I am familiar with that name. Do you have any acquaintances in Konohagakure? The woman gave her a quick glance and scowled. Not at all. Nobody has been around for a while. Masara gave a nod. Our age belies our appearance. Uzumaki Kushina was her name, and she was the 4th Hokage's wife. Umi gave him a quick look. I see. Indeed. She was my sibling. Naruto averted his gaze. Older. Sister? The woman gave her a scowl. How is it going for you? Anyhow, what's your name? After giving her a quick glance, the young blonde parted her lips. I'm. He turned to face the Hokage, who was seated. She was sitting next to Reikage, across from Tsuchikage, in a private observation box. Mizu appeared perplexed. Umi was growing impatient. Now spit it out. What is the nature of your business? Did you know someone named Kushina? Naruto scowled. I didn't know her. Kurama gave Masara a nod. That's where the two of us are from. Though we didn't know her, we had heard of her. She was only known to us as the fourth's wife. The female gave a nod. I see. Indeed. I'm afraid that when I was a child, she moved out. She didn't keep in touch with the family after she left and passed away soon after. She gave the blonde girl another quick look. So, what's your name? Naruto was completely blanked. He merely worked his mouth for a moment, unable to think clearly enough to come up with one on the spot. Don't have a name, do you? The women in the group gave Kagome a sidelong glance as he spoke. He looked back at the blonde. Umi scowled at him. She does, of course. Who among us is nameless? Masara raised her voice. Many people in our group don't. Since we're not human, we can identify one another by scent. We don't really use names. While some of us have picked them up from interacting with people, we do not apply them to our own species. Azum laughed. Watch out for Umi, she's got some sort of complex about perverts. Kira gave a blink. What for? The girl with blue hair growled, what kind of girl are you? Total sluts, was the response from the three blondes. Their leader covered her face with her hands and rolled her eyes. Mizu glanced at Umi and blinked. You're never going to get married if you keep this up. She crossed her arms and flushed. Who declares that I should be? I don't require a male. Naruto looked at her, visibly uncomfortable. I suppose I can comprehend that. Guys don't really appeal to me either. It escaped his notice that Umi glanced over at her and blushed slightly. A smirk formed on her face as she sank into her seat a little further after noticing that he was staring at her. She thought to herself, don't like guys, huh? Interesting. She smiled a little more, opening her breasts a little more as she tossed her hair. From the corner of her eye, the young blonde was giving her apprehensive and timid looks, and she didn't seem to be aware that she had noticed it. Indeed, very fascinating. She's attractive. Azum debated whether to bring up the fact that the young blonde girl wasn't human and was probably actually male, but ultimately decided it would be more entertaining to say nothing. It was an unusual thing for a kitsune to say, even a male one, and it did cause him to pause for a moment. He had previously encountered a pair while traveling. Not a bad recollection either. It might help her relax a little, given the looks the blonde one was giving the Whirlpool country representative. The blonde girl from Shadow Realm appeared to be interested in her, and she had no reason to fear what she didn't know. He might be able to get some alone time with Mizu if she was preoccupied. She was aware that Umi was a huge cockblock and that the girl liked him. The conversation in the observation deck slowed as the event got underway. The two genin and their 4 Junin instructors occupied the opposite side of the observation deck from Kumo's delegates and guests. She, the final exam proctor and referee, had given them a little talk. It followed the same rules as the Konohagakure examinations. Fight until one of your opponents is rendered helpless, gives up, or the referee intervenes to stop the bout. Techniques for killing were allowed, but the proctor was to intervene to try and prevent deaths. Gazing out over the arena, Ino glared. There was plenty of space, a shallow pool of water at the bottom, and roughly 5 wooden log pillars protruding from the floor. Their heights differed, and none of them reached the log that was suspended above the arena where the matches were to begin. The tallest posts were situated approximately 3 feet beneath it, while the majority of them were situated between 5 and 7 feet below it. The suspended log descended approximately 20 feet to the water below. Interesting. Tenten cast a sidelong glance and grinned. She would be going up against the green-haired genin, one of Ayum's friends, and she said, well, I'm looking forward to the fight. I hope we get to fight, it's obvious you're stronger than you were before. Blonde gave her a quick glance. Careful what you wish for. The girl with dark hair, dressed in Chinese fashion, appeared to find the remark humorous. Well, you've grown, but that doesn't mean you've got a chance at winning. Beside her, ignoring the conversation, were Neji and Ayume. Lee was standing behind her, his arms folded. I'm anxious to begin. Behind him, Genji and Ryoji were leaning against the wall. It appeared that neither was interested. While Ryoji was engaged in combat with one of Ayume's allies, Genji was taking on a Kumo ninja. The boy with blue hair, whose name was unknown to them all. They remained silent and solitary during the examination. The girl from Hyuga seemed to be their leader. Lee was facing a Kumo girl who had an eye patch over her left eye and her white hair pulled back into a bun behind her head. In his first match, Neji faced off against another Kumo ninja, a big boy with white cornrows and a frown on his face. Although he was not as large as the Raikage, he was still quite muscular for his age, with two short, spiked clubs protruding over his shoulders. From the observation deck across the way, Ino was unable to see Naruto. The young blonde girl his three Kitsune friends were hanging around with didn't seem strange to her. She appeared to realize it was him when she noticed the black forehead protector she was wearing, asking, What the hell is he doing? She knew she wasn't supposed to talk about him anyway, so she thought it would be best to just ignore it and move on. What is with that weird pervert anyway? She asked herself. As the Junin who had given the rules leapt up to the center of the log, she turned to face the field's entrance. The girl from Hyuga gave her a menacing smirk and walked over to one of the entrances. The first match will begin as soon as the first two genin are ready. Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Ayume. A tiny walkway along the wall's edge was accessible via a short set of stairs. The two genin who would be facing each other each had their own entrance at either end of the log. He went by Shi, and he had feathered hair that appeared to sit atop his forehead protector, and pale skin. Without expressing any awareness of the gesture, Ino moved in the direction of the nearest entrance. As she moved to the other side, Ayume watched her closely. As they both got out on the log, Shi turned to face Ayume. All right, that's one. Where is Yamanaka? Did she forfeit or something? With her arms crossed behind him, the blonde girl said, I'm right here. Anytime you're ready. Shi looked over his shoulder and appeared taken aback. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at her. What the? She shouldn't have been able to approach him from behind without his knowledge because he was a chakra sensor. He nodded, trying not to show off how surprised he was. All right. Bow and begin. Ayume bowed, her gaze fixed on her opponents. You're so dead. Ino gave the gesture back and said nothing. She leapt back onto one of the taller log pillars to watch as both girls retreated into combat stances. The girl from Hyuga charged. Get ready to die. Until her opponent got close and attempted to lash out at her with two extended fingers, Ino held her ground. She just slid sideways, crossed her arms, and hung there on the bottom of the log. The move threw Ayume off balance, and she growled as she stumbled back to her feet. What the? With a casual step, Ino turned around the log behind her. She silently spun into a kick that struck the white-eyed girl in the back of the head, killing her. Ayume was propelled off the log and came to rest against the side of a pillar. She stayed put, glaring up at the blonde girl who was standing on the log with her arms crossed and a menacing expression on her face. The girl with dark hair was scowling and rubbing the back of her head. The veins around her eyes were bursting as the Byakugan operated at maximum power, leaving her wondering, what the hell? How did she do that? Another Ino lunged at her from behind the other side of the log, and she gasped and leapt to the side. The little Hyuga girl snarled with annoyance. No way. I can't. The voice of Ino was heard. Can't see me? Ayume raised her head and snarled. Perched atop the log she was clinging to, the blonde ninja peered down at her. With a scream of rage, she used her hands to push herself up the side of the log, kick the blonde girl, and make her jump down to the top of the lower log. Her long ponytail was wrapped around her as she knelt. The girl with dark hair pushed away and lunged towards her. Stand still. Ino caught her hands without stepping aside. She flipped them both over, landing her feet in her opponent's stomach and holding her hands. About 10 feet below, she landed on top of the genin, kicking up a rather large spray of water. Even though Ayum was coughing, she was able to clear her throat and keep herself from losing consciousness by screaming. Her arms were also freed by the impact. With a jerk of her hands, 3 kunai knives sliced through the spot where Ino had been, forcing her to jump back. The girl with white eyes stood up and gave her a fierce look. That hurt. With a serious frown on her face, Ino nodded while maintaining eye contact. It is supposed to. Gritting her teeth, the Hyuga girl charged once more. She was starting to realize why Hiyashi wanted her dead. I can't lose sight of her. I don't know how she's doing this. There's nothing to spot her with. She's got no chakra. I don't understand how she's even moving. This is crazy. Although she had previously observed that the girl lacked chakra, she had never pondered that this would prevent her Byakugan from following her when she was not in a direct line of sight. Ino assumed a defensive position rather than moving to hide. With her fingers extended, the girl with white eyes jabbed at her, targeting her chakra points. The blonde deflected and moved aside, but she still took a few blows to the arms. She sent Ayume reeling back with a punch to the face in response to an overreach. Once more, Ino remained in her direct line of sight. Ayume was becoming increasingly more perplexed and frustrated. What? There's no way her arms should still work. What the hell is this? Some sort of genjutsu? With her palms facing forward, Ino lowered herself slightly and narrowed her eyes. The girl was talking aloud to herself. You think I'm going to explain or something? You'd better think of something fast. The girl with dark hair snarled. She held 2 kunai and tensed her legs, saying, I have. She hurried forward once more, her glare growing wilder. I'll just have to cut you to shreds. This time, Ino moved aside and slid between the logs. The blonde girl was hard to keep up with, but Ayume managed to keep up. She succeeded in making multiple gashes in the wooden logs, but she only managed to cut air. As her opponent stabbed at her, Ino leapt up the side of one of the logs and impaled the wood instead. Ayume growled as her eyes shot upward. She knew she couldn't look away from her for even a second. No, you don't. She leapt up after her, freeing her weapon. Around the arena, the two bounced on top of and around the sides of the logs. Ino was maintaining a slight lead over the girl, keeping her out of reach. The Hyuga girl let out a triumphant scream as Ino hesitated momentarily on the edge of a taller log. Her target disappeared in a cloud of smoke as she stabbed down with both weapons, driving them both deep into the wood. What? A clone? Shintant. Ayum's arms were pinned at her sides, and she gasped in dismay. Her wide eyes swiveled to the bottom of the suspended log. The girl's actual left arm was dangling limp by her head, while a massive, long, glowing blue arm protruded from Ino's left shoulder. The giant arm tore her from the side of the log and threw her into the air, causing a violent shift in her world. What? No way. She was caught off guard by Ino, who grabbed her arms and pulled her to the ground. She held her in place and began to fall beneath her, staring at her with a rather blank expression in the eyes. With a growl, the Hyuga girl attempted to move her feet into her opponent's stomach in the hopes of getting some revenge once they made contact with the ground. You dope. I've got you. The fair-haired girl smiled. Do you? She asked before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. The last thing Ayume saw before it crashed into her face was the top of one of the smaller log pillars. She landed cold on her back in the arena's bottom pool of water after her lifeless body toppled once in the air. As she had been for the entire match, Yamanaka Ino remained standing on the bottom of the log with her arms crossed. She made a V shape with her fingers, appearing happy with herself. She attempted to jump, seemingly forgetting where she was. I win. She was able to flip over and land in a crouched position next to her opponent after a moment of panic. The girl would not perish, even though her nose was broken. Taking note of her condition, she looked a little irritated and said, "You're lucky I'm not supposed to kill you." Standing over her was she. Yamanaka Ino is the winner. He covered the fallen girl's face with his hands, which glowed blue. She was being collected by other medical nin, who were en route to the infirmary. Lee was standing near the observation deck railing, staring at Tenten with his arms crossed. Still sure you want to fight her? The girl gave him a scowl. I won't be so easily tricked. Neji sighed slightly and had a passive expression. I warned her. Oh well. Ryoji winced slightly. Ouch. Brutal. Genji gave a headshake. Well, I can't say she didn't have it coming. She's been egging her on since we met her. The bigger boy gave a nod. Indeed. Still, that seems like a bit much. Her two teammates looked genuinely surprised. The boy with green hair exclaimed, Ayume. What the hell? Murmured his friend with blue hair. It's like she couldn't even see her. Their Junin appeared equally perplexed. Ayume lost? What was that technique she used? I've never seen any Yamanaka do such a thing. Yugo gave a nod. Neither have I. Very interesting. Guy appeared to concur. Yes. A strange technique. I am also unfamiliar with it. I didn't expect Yamanaka to be so dominant in this fight. Junin gave him a quick glance. I didn't expect anything less. Neji might be a bit of a challenge, but I never considered Ayume to be much of a threat. Both men turned to face Yugo, who appeared irritated. Guy just looked thoughtful. The Yamanaka clan has always been well respected and spirited. However, I have never known them to be so overpowering in a fight. Where did she learn this technique she used? The girl standing next to the trio said, I made it up. As they conversed. It's mine. I developed it myself. Unlike the other man, Guy seemed less surprised as he nodded. Yugo was equally perplexed by her unexpected arrival. Maeda turned to face her. What is it? The blonde girl gave a finger wag. Like I'd tell. Do you have any idea what would happen to me if I went around telling people how my techniques work? Naruto would torture me for months. Junin, who had red hair, grimaced. Naruto? With a glance at him, Ino nodded. Yeah. No way I'm pissing him off like that. You're just gonna have to figure it out on your own. Both of Ayume's teammates were glaring at her, but neither one was willing to say anything. They were avoiding each other because they were unhappy. It was evident that the loss of the Hyuga girl had shaken them. Especially in light of the blonde girl's apparent ease of victory over her. Neji's initial combat encounter was brief. He faced his opponent with no trouble at all. He faced a large genin who used 2 clubs to fight, and whose hands eventually gave out from under him. He won in under 3 minutes, and there was little chance for his opponent to get back in the game. Looking at him as he passed, Ino didn't appear all that surprised. He gave her a quick look and scowled. I hope you've made your preparations. I am your next match, and you will not survive. The blonde girl waved her tresses. You've got no chance. I'm not impressed. I could have beat that loser in less than 2 minutes. He chuckled ironically and shook his head. Be ready. I cannot show any mercy. Ino said, I know, not even the slightest bit alarmed by his threat. It's no accident that you weren't told to stop. I'm here to prove something, and if you think you're strong enough to kill me, you're in for a nasty surprise, Hyuga. The boy's expression dimmed a bit. Despite not seeming upset, he was obviously taken aback by her response. You know. I almost hope you're right. He walked past Lee, who gave him a scowl. Tenten had a worried expression. The boy approached Ino's side. Ino. I do not wish to sound as if I do not respect your strength. You have grown much stronger than I imagined. However, perhaps it would be best if you forfeited your next match. Neji has more than just your defeat in mind. I have no desire to watch you die. Even I would not fight him under such conditions. He is the most powerful genin here. The girl gave him a scowl. No. I am. The female Kumo ninja cast a sidelong glance at the two. You Konoha nin sure talk a lot. That was a pretty impressive fight, but you're not the strongest kunoichi here. I am. Her sidekick rolled his eyes. He was another fair-skinned ninja, wearing baggy clothing and sporting a chain weapon looped around his waist multiple times. Whatever you say, Sahara. She gave him a scowl. She said, shut up, Kudami. You've never beaten me. She had on a form-fitting bodysuit and a skimpy skirt. Like most Kumo ninja, she had dark skin and her hair tied up behind her head. All this talk of strength bores me. We'll show you what truly strong ninja are. Ino gave her a scowl. Hey. We'll see. The male Kumo ninja cast a sidelong glance at the arena. Something seems to be bothering she. He's been glaring at her quite a bit. Sahara's eyes grew narrow. So what? I'm not going to lose to the likes of these Konoha brats. One of the Hyuga is out of the way. So that only leaves one, and I doubt this girl will beat him. I'll get to finally defeat one of them and show Raikage that there's nothing of note about them. Tenten scowled at her from behind. You talk pretty big. You don't seem like much to me. Though he didn't say anything, Lee gave her a sidelong glance. She was the first person he matched with. With a quick glance at Kudami, Sahara nodded toward the arena. You're up. Try not to be too hard on these weaklings. We've got to show Kumo's strength and uphold our village's honor. Don't screw up. The boy walked toward the arena, not looking happy, but not arguing. Genji put his hands in his pockets and followed. Should be interesting. Hopefully all that stupid training paid off. That sadistic jerk you stuck us with was a real asshole. Ryoji gave a nod. I'll say. What the hell was with that prick anyway? He told us that he'd slit our throats if we failed. At them, Ino squinted her eyes. Sasuke is awesome, you dopes. You'd better listen to him too. If he said that he meant it. The big boy appeared a little irritated. Yeah. Right. Genji gave a headshake. As if. He's. Ino gave them both a scowl. I'm not joking. You'd better pass. As he stumbled to his position above the arena, the brunette appeared a little uneasy. He turned slightly pale as one of the two Anbu guarding the Hokage lifted his hand and ran his thumb across his throat as he glanced in the direction where she was sitting. He looked up at his opponent and said, crap. Ryoji also observed it. Don't tell me. That's. With a nod, Ino seemed pleased. Yeah. Isn't he great? You'd better do your best and hope you pass, cause he's watching you. She cast a glance between the two fighters. Are you both ready? Good. Then bow and begin. Both boys assumed a combat stance and made the barest of gestures of respect. Genji was the first to move, charging in for the kill. With a leap back onto one of the poles, the Kumo boy swept his arm. In his hand, the Konoha genin noticed a purple glow. He gasped as he was pushed off the hanging log and onto another log pillar, asking, some sort of jutsu? The boy was struck by a whip. Like blow from the uncoiled chain that had been around his waist. The brunette scowled as he was compelled to lean back and forth as it abruptly altered course and swung back around to face him. He got stuck on the side of one of the poles and exclaimed, what the? Kudami laughed. You're a close-range fighter. How fortunate for me. I have an advantage in my first match. The Konoha genin's eyes narrowed. Do you now? The Kumo ninja had a haughty appearance. The whip circled around his body several times, suspended in the air about 2 feet away from him, creating a barrier of chains. Of course. My weapon is infused with my electric chakra, creating an electromagnetic link that allows me to control it completely. A powerful defense, you can't get close enough to hurt me. The whip snapped again, and Genji leapt from his perch onto another pole. As a counterweight, a kunai was attached to the end of the chain. It was composed of medium sized, inch long links and appeared to be around 15 feet long. Interesting. Kudami held his position and struck with the weapon. All you can do is run. Sooner or later, you'll wear down. Why don't you just give up? The tip took another stab at the boy, putting his hands in front of his mouth, and the boy bounced away. He blew into his palms and jumped away again, leaving a trail of flames from his cupped palms by his side, declaring, I'm not a close-range fighter. His palms were thrust forward as he landed on the side of another pole. Hidama. With a growl, the Kumo nin leapt to the top of another pole and jumped away. He whipped his whip at the projectile. With his right 2 fingers pointing upward in front of his face, Genji was glaring. Hidama Shitai Setsu. The fireball broke in two and arced around the weapon just before the chain struck. The moment they both crashed into Kudami, he gasped. His clothing caught fire, and the blast's shockwave caused him to fall. He fell into the water, his chain going limp, and he stumbled to his feet. Damn. With one knee raised to his abdomen and the other raised, the brunette landed in front of him. You can't use that technique of yours when you're in the water, can you? The Kumo boy's eyes widened and he gasped. The Konoha ninja struck, repeatedly slamming into his body with his elbows and knees. After the blows, the poor boy with white hair staggered and went reeling. Genji retreated a step and drew his arm in what appeared to be an uppercut. Without even looking at his opponent, he punched at the air between them, exclaiming, "Kasai Senpu." A tiny, flaming tornado that was roughly the height of him shot forward and struck the Kumo boy hard in the body. Kudami was swept off his feet and flung flame like into the air. After a second or two, he was tossed to the right and landed face first in the water. The boy got up and sprinted away as Genji began to approach him. Genji's knee crushed a large dent in one of the poles, and Kudami barely avoided getting kneed in the face by his opponent. The boy with the brunette hair closed his eyes and froze for a brief moment. Kudami was up above the water again. Bastard. His chain whip became charged again as he tossed the kunai on the end at his enemy. Get over here. Genji hopped out of the way and landed on one of the poles again. Shit. He was being forced to run again as the chain whip sped after him. He'd really pissed the Kumo genin off. He dashed through the poles and glanced over at his opponent. The chain was keeping him away from him and on the move. Hey. He's not paying much attention. He started to dodge about from pole to pole and ended up landing between three of them after a few moments. The chain jerked at him, but stopped cold a few inches from his face. He smirked at it and looked up at the Kumo ninja. Well, seems you're stuck. It was completely wrapped around the three poles he was standing between about 4 times and couldn't reach him. Kudami snarled and looked quite smug again. You think so? He gripped the chain and jerked hard. Genji got a little wide-eyed. Oh shit. The 3 poles surrounding him snapped off on their bases and closed in to crush him on 3 sides. He ran up the side of them, bouncing from pole to pole twice and landed on top of the 3 of them just before they closed on his ankle. He took a second to regard the close call and looked at where his opponent was positioned. Hey. Rather than jump down, he shifted his weight towards the Kumo ninja. Kudami almost dropped his whip as he realized what was going on. He tensed to move out of the way, but it was too late. Genji came down from above with the momentum of the falling pillars and elbowed him dead in the face. The Kumo ninja ended up face down in the water with his weapon stuck and wrapped around the 3 logs. He was down and didn't get up. She flipped him over. The winner, Atori Genji. The brunette boy crossed his arms and regarded his opponent. Not bad. Kudami was awake again and nodded. Yeah. You're stronger than I though. Genji offered his hand and lifted him to his feet. You're just lucky you didn't get stuck with that brat Ino. She's a sadistic monster. Both the gesture and the comment caught him off guard. So, she's Konoha's strongest genin then? The brunette nodded. Don't tell her I said it, but that Hyuga guy doesn't stand a chance. He's gonna get creamed. She narrowed his eyes at the conversation but didn't say anything. Neither of them noticed as they moved towards the exit. There was a small staircase that led to a hall that would take them back up to the observation deck. Kudami would have a nasty black eye, but he wasn't really hurt. Ino? Who is that girl? Why can't I sense her? What is this? He glanced up and noticed the Hokage was looking quite smug in her seat. The Tsuchikage was looking on and seemed a bit bored. The Raikage seemed annoyed, but not that upset at the loss. Sahara was their strongest contender, but Genji was expected to be just a Konoha scrub. The only real fight they were expected to put up was the Hyuga pair. The Yamanaka girl was a total upset, no one had been expecting it. She was fighting on a level far above genin. She made him nervous, he couldn't feel anything from her. It was as if she wasn't there. His eyes turned up to the box again. What the? He'd not noticed at all, but there were 2 Anbu standing behind the Hokage. 2 more dead signatures, 2 more ninja with a presence he could not sense. No way. This is. It was dangerous is what it was. It was something the Raikage needed to know. Masking one's chakra was one thing, but hiding your presence in plain sight, in the middle of a fight no less, should not have been possible. Regardless, it was something that would have to wait until the events were finished. He was anxious to see the Yamanaka girl's next match. He needed to be sure, but he'd not sensed her presence unless she used the jutsu. That arm thing that had ripped the Hyuga girl off her perch and tossed her. Not even when she was jumping about the sides of the pillars using the tree climbing jutsu. She took his place on the suspended log again. The next match will begin as soon as the participants are ready. Ino smiled and slapped Genji on his shoulder. Hey. Good job. He winced in pain as it was a little harder than it needed to be. Yeah. Thanks. Ryoji gave a nod at his opponent as he passed. That guy was pretty strong. You're lucky. The brunette boy frowned at him. Hey. I won fair. Ino seemed pleased. Yeah. Maybe Sasuke will let you live now? She looked towards the 3 cage at the tiger-masked boy. He's so awesome. Tenten's match was up. She was fighting the green-haired boy on Ayum's team. Ino leaned over the rail. I hope she kicks his butt. The match wasn't anything special. Tenten was a skilled weapons user, and her opponent was of the same type, but with less experience. Both used summoning jutsu to conjure weapons, but Tenten was able to conjure a lot more, and was better able to use them. The match took about 10 minutes as there was a lot of cover, but ended as the dark-haired girl managed to get a kunai up to the boy's throat after ambushing him from behind one of the pillars. Ino seemed pleased with the result. Yeah. She's not bad. I'm so gonna kick her butt if we fight though. Ryoji gave a small snort. Whatever. I guess I'm up next. He moved by towards the entrance to the arena. His opponent was the other member of Ayum's team. She was waiting as they both moved out. The dark-haired boy nodded at his opponent after he bowed. Never caught your name. I'm Hidori Ryoji. His opponent nodded. Udawa Kensuke. Shall we begin? He was considerably smaller and thinner than his opponent. The larger boy nodded and removed his mace. Anytime you're ready. He seemed laid back and relaxed as he put the weapon on his shoulder. The blue-haired boy started forming hand seals. Sweden Mizu no Tatsumaki. The water below formed a small vortex that surrounded him. Ryoji cocked his head. Should have expected. He hefted his mace and slammed it down onto the log. The vibration was enough to send his opponent off the side of the foothold and into the water below. The larger boy hopped down with him. Kensuke rolled aside to prevent being landed on and ended up crouched on one knee. Well, thanks. I was wondering how I was going to get you down here. His opponent didn't look worried. I figured as much. Hand seals are slow, and you've got to keep your distance. The blue-haired genin frowned. You don't seem to be taking this seriously. The larger genin shrugged. Does it seem that way? His opponent rushed forward at him. Sweden. Suihachi. He thrust his hand forward and a powerful jet of water blasted out of his palm. Ryoji shifted to his right, and the attack ended up getting the side of one of the pillars wet. He reached around the log as the boy staggered to a stop, grabbed his shirt, and pulled his face into the side of the pillar from behind it. You're pretty good at water jutsu. Kensuke was annoyed and staggered back clutching his nose. It's my specialty. He performed a few more hand seals, or rather tried to. His opponent rushed out from behind his cover as he started and swung his mace down. The blue-haired boy managed to dodge the full force of the blow, but didn't realize that his enemy wasn't aiming for his head or body. There was a resounding crack, and his right wrist snapped. His hand went rather limp and he fell to his knees. Ryoji was standing over him and put his mace on his shoulder. I expected better. Oh well. Are you going to give up, or should I belt you over the head? Kensuke growled and balled up his fist as he glared at him. I won't give up. The larger boy arched his eyebrow and jumped back as he realized he was doing one-handed seals. The whirlwind of water technique he'd used before blasted around him, creating a barrier. Inside, Kensuke was performing more seals with his good hand. Ryoji cursed and started dashing around the arena behind the pillars. Shit. Balls of water were shooting from the wall of water that protected his opponent. He took a blow to the side and slid onto the ground on his belly. Kensuke's barrier fell before he hit the ground and the boy was rushing at him with a kunai drawn. I have you. The dark-haired boy grunted and grabbed at something in the water. Catch. The blue-haired genin's eyes went wide as the three chain-wrapped logs flew at him as Ryoji jerked the chain hard and threw them at him. He stood up looking on as the boy was pinned to the wall by the wood while holding his side. Huh. I guess that's that. He walked up and lifted his mace over his head. Shi's hand stopped him from giving the knockout blow. That's enough. This is over. Hidori Ryoji is the winner. The larger genin relaxed and rubbed at his side in irritation. Man, that's gonna leave a mark. He glanced over his shoulder to find Shi moving the logs out of the way as the medical team came to take him off and take care of his wrist. He wasn't really hurt otherwise, but looked displeased with his loss. Ryoji paused at the exit as they moved by him. You shouldn't rely on hand seals so much. It puts you at a disadvantage. Shut up. Growled his opponent as he was led away. Ryoji shrugged and moved back towards the observation deck. Hey. He greeted his two teammates as he leaned against the wall. What's up? Ino seemed pleased. Hey. Good job. You kicked that guy's butt. So, I guess you might get to live too. The dark-haired boy scowled. He's not going to kill us. He might just beat us up or something. It's murder to kill us, not even he could get away with it. Stop posing. The blonde girl shrugged. If you say so. Genji glared towards the seated cage. I'm not willing to risk it, are you? His companion crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Like I'm going to lose on purpose or something. Don't worry about it. We'll be fine either way. Ino gave a small sigh. Whatever. Hey, Lee is up next. He's got that Kumo girl. She didn't know him, but he seemed nice enough. Sasuke beat him in the last exams. I heard he's really strong. Sahara gave a smirk as she moved by towards the arena. He's about to lose again. She was waiting for them and glanced at each of them as they approached. All right. Ready to begin? Lee bowed. I hope that it is a good match. The girl lifted her nose. Well, aren't we the polite little schoolboy? I hope you're ready to lose. Rock Lee seemed a bit put off by her attitude. I see. I shall not go easy on you because you are a woman. I respect both sexes, and you are my honorable opponent. She returned the bow out of formality. You'd better take me seriously. I'm the strongest genin here. I will crush the Hyuga boy and anyone who stands in my way. For the honor of Kumogakure. The boy in green put his hands up to prepare for the start. For the honor of Konohagakure then, I shall give my best. She hopped back as usual. Begin. Lee rushed forward, but Sahara nimbly hopped over his head and bounced over to one of the nearby poles. The boy was less than surprised and kicked off his momentum to flip into the air and hack at her with another kick. The girl ducked beneath it and gasped. He's fast. He landed below her and clung to the side of the pole face down. She scowled down at him and looked confused. He pulled his knees up to his gut and pushed off, bouncing from pole to pole, building up speed. What's he up to? He was moving right at her, but about 10 feet below towards her foothold. She hopped out of the way, and Lee hooked a kick that split the pole in two, sending the top half of it into the water. He shifted his aim again and launched himself at her next foothold. I see. He's pretty strong. Rather than continue to break the footholds, she hopped down into the water pool and landed on top of it. Lee followed and slid to a stop on his knees, sending a spray of water that arced and fell into the pool just in front of her toes. She smirked at him. You intend to keep me dry then? How cute. The boy raised his fists as he stood upright. There is no need to be rude in this fight. Sahara chuckled with her arms crossed in front in a relaxed pose as she stood on the surface of the water. Chivalrous, how quaint. My, you are quite the specimen. I wonder, what it is that you fear? The boy appeared perplexed and did not advance. Pardon? He appeared to realize that she was not going to attack him, and his hands trembled a little. It seems I must initiate this battle. As he charged and flipped over him, kicking off his shoulders and landing behind him, he broke through part of the arena wall, and the girl pulled her hand up to her eye patch. For a brief moment, he held his punch extended and peered over his shoulder. She's quite nimble. Although she wasn't as quick as him, she appeared to dodge his blows with perfect timing. It appears I have to work harder. I can't give up. My speed is a distinct benefit. The girl's left eye was closed and she held her eye patch in her hand. Not at all. It is irrelevant. Her eye was blazing red when she opened it. Urino Osor. His eyes met Lee's and he tensed. What? Genjutsu. Watery hands reached up and gripped his arms and legs. It was his master, not the girl, who was in front of him. Guy. Sensei. At him, the man was scowling. Not just any frown, but a very disappointed looking frown. You've failed, Lee. Even worse, you've let me down a great deal. The boy's jaw dropped as he gasped in dismay. No. I did not. I gave it my all. Guy gave a headshake. Look, I was wrong about you. It's not good enough to do even your best. It's never going to be satisfactory. I am embarrassed to be your teacher because you have failed and are a failure. He collapsed to his knees, tears streaming from his eyes. Sand replaced the remaining water surrounding him. A wide open stretch of land with the sun shining down on him. What's this all about? How is it possible for me to fail? I don't get it. He looked at his hands. The gray, dried skin was beginning to flake off. What? Not at all. This isn't me. Real? Oh well. Known voice laughed. Sadly, that is the case. You're never going to prevail. Neji had a sly smile on his face as he looked down at him. Just give up. You've already been unsuccessful. Accept your loss. He collapsed onto his hands and clenched his fingers around the sand. Successful? No. Never would I give up. I swear, Guy-sensei. I'll put in twice as much effort until I've proved myself if he rejects me. Even if I die doing it. I'm not going to give up. He raised himself up and clenched his fist. I shall not lose. He gave a blink. He was knee deep in the water with a fallen log by his side, and the arena was all around him once more. I'm afraid you already have. Something felt at his throat, and he tensed. Sahara was standing behind him, her weapon aimed directly at his throat. You've got a strong body, and an admirable will, but anyone can be easily distracted with their own worst fear. She observed from slightly above them. That's sufficient. Sahara triumphs. With a sly smile, the Raikage took a seat and threw open his chest. Tsunade gave him a surprised look as she looked down. Lee lowered his head. Oh no. I fall short once more. The girl turned away from the arena, shifting her hips. He trailed behind her and sagged down close to Tenten and Neji. I fall short once more. I've failed once more. Guy touched him on the shoulder. That's acceptable. I'm sure you gave it your all. I would never turn you down like that. Lee blinked and raised her tearful eyes to look up at him. Guy. Sensei? Lee, don't worry. You'll succeed and train even harder. Even a few minor setbacks cannot destroy the energy of youth. Put in a lot of effort, and you'll achieve your objectives. Tearful, Lee ran into his arms. Indeed. Guy-sensei, I'll train twice as hard. I'll definitely succeed. Neji turned her head away, flushed. You ninny. All that nonsense, you were screaming at the top of your lungs. You were heard by all. Tenten appeared perplexed. What took place? You simply became motionless. Guy grimaced. It appears Kumo has brought along lost jutsu back to life. The Eye of the Soul, or Minako no Reiken. One of the techniques it permits its possessor to employ is Urino Osor, also known as the Desert of Fear. It's an eye jutsu, and during the Second Great Shinobi War, the clan that once possessed the technique's secret was a fierce rival of the Hyuga clan. It was believed that they had all died. I'm not sure how they were able to bring this method back. Neji clenched his fist and snarled. Minako no Reiken? He gave the Kumo girl a scowl. It's not possible. It was destroyed by a Hyuga. How did Kumo bring it back to life? Guy turned to face him. Lee's expression was a serious frown. Is it really that important? They have, and it's not improbable or shocking at all. Since the end of the last war, as everyone knows, they have been very interested in studying Aijutsu. They feared and revered the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. It seems that they have now found one of their own that they previously thought was lost. It was Yugo who spoke up behind him. I concur. An extremely intriguing development that is hardly significant. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was obviously better. They demolished them. Guy gave a headshake. They almost brought each other to ruin. Without the Uchiha clan's assistance, the Hyuga would not have prevailed in that battle. This is an important thing to keep in mind. It is important to take the Minako no Reiken seriously as it permits extremely potent genjutsu. Ino was listening from a distance. Oh. That's intriguing. So she's fairly strong? Yugo gave her a sidelong glance and gave her a nod. So it appears. I have little knowledge of it. Guy scowled. Neither do I. Following the conclusion of the third, I developed an interest in the history of the shinobi wars. Although it is a little unsettling, I don't think it poses a threat right now. In the future, we should keep that in mind when working with Kumogakure. Neji gave her a scowl. Neither I nor you have the time to worry about her. The time to prepare for your impending death has arrived, so hopefully you've done so. He moved in the direction of the arena, turning away from the group. With a frown, Ino trailed behind him. You are an idiot. Simply put, stop talking so much. I will kick your apologies butt. Yamanaka Ino stood opposite her, his expression expressionless, and scowled at Neji. He did not bow, but instead took a step back and raised his hands in a scowl. Shi's face lowered slightly as he saw her follow suit. He squatted on the tallest log in the area. Begin. The boy charged, his fists balled up, and the girl hopped back. He blocked her kick to his face with his forearm. She retreated to avoid the blow he was throwing at her, using the moment to dig her knuckles into his ribs. The boy gave a frustrated grunt at the shot, but he quickly spun and struck her face with a backhand blow. With a sly smile on her face, Ino hopped backward and landed softly. It appeared that he had given up on the gentle fist and was practicing basic taijutsu, with the intention of training hard. The young Hyuga guy lunged towards her, attempting to leap into a knee strike at her chest, but she merely moved her arms, deflecting the blow above his head. The girl raised her hands in anticipation of him as he whirled around and scowled at her. He took a kunai from under his clothes without moving in her direction. Instead of charging her once more, he leapt off the side and whirled around, hurling 3 weapons while holding onto one at the base of the log. Below, Ino had immediately repositioned herself with a clone once she had left his field of vision. The 3 weapons embedded themselves in the wood, forcing her to leap to one of the logs. He cast a narrow look at her. Neji landed opposite her, drawing his weapon up. You might be able to hide from the Byakugan, but I can still see when you use chakra. That means you still have it, and you must use it to do some things, and when you do, you're vulnerable. Ino collapsed to one knee, gasping. She growled and rubbed her stomach. She could feel her side a little bruise. He'd caught her as she was flying over his head, asking, "What?" He? Smug prick. So, I can't get near him when I'm using chakra then. With his weapon drawn, the boy with white eyes lunged towards her. She leapt away, bouncing around the arena off the pole's sides. They made one last impact close to the edge of the battleground, after which they clashed a few times and Ino shook her wrist when her kunai flew away. Neji was at the top of the water and Ino was ankle deep when the two landed opposite each other in it. The young woman laughed. Afraid of getting your toes wet? The boy scowled. The water slows you down. She placed her hand on her hip and tossed her hair. You've not caught me yet, have you? He lowered his head a little and gave her a glare. He lunged at her, you won't be so smug once I do. And unleashed 2 more kunai. With a backflipping kick, Ino struck him in the chin. As though anticipating the blow, he flipped and flung his arms in the air, hurling the jagged projectiles in her direction. The blonde moved slightly to the side and ducked under them. She avoided it by hitting one of the posts with her shoulder just as Neji threw another one as he landed. Once more, the Hyuga boy charged forward, punching her in the cheek. The blonde girl's head twisted away from the blow, but she was still able to dodge under the second blow as he grabbed a second knife and hacked a line into the wood. The Anbu girl attempted to sweep his feet by sliding her leg out and creating an arc of water as she went. He scowled at her as he hopped over both of them, kicked off a log, and landed on the side of one across from them. With narrowed eyes, Ino raised her gaze to him. She began to approach him, asking, "What's he up to?" He flipped off the side over her hand and landed behind her. A barrage of kicks and punches forced the girl to turn and parry. A moment later, the two pushed apart, and Neji pulled out another kunai. At that, Ino scowled. He was making terrible use of them. More than his shoulders ought to have supported. Observing Tenten battle, it occurred to her that he was proficient in a summoning jutsu for the weapon. She didn't mind, but it was a little annoying to realize that he wouldn't run out. So he's not going to run out. Great. She wasn't having too much difficulty fending him off. Neji charged once more, but this time she didn't seem to be attacking him. Still trying to figure out what to do. The blonde genin ducked as they passed, taking a few slashes in the process before giving him a hard shot to the ribs. Not really. The tip of one of her own was red as she held it in her hand. The boy gripped the shallow cut and a slit in his shirt at his side. He raised his gaze to her. "So, you're finally taking this seriously, are you?" Turning to face him, she peered over her shoulder. "You make it sound like I wasn't before." The two scurried between the poles. She was being thrown kunai by Neji, but she was able to dodge quite well and even knock a few of them out of the air with her own. The majority of his shots struck the wooden posts that encircled them. She gasped as he rammed into her side, knocking her off her feet and into the water, after he had quickly swung 3 of the knives out of the air. She fell away from him as he staggered from the blow he slashed at her. She had a large gash in her sleeve and a red line above her tattoo on her arm. Although it was a small cut, it hurt a little. Before he could stop himself from knocking her over, her weapon clattered away and she kicked herself up onto her feet. He lunged towards her, stabbing. She struck him in the face with a punch while staying still. He took off again and landed on his back in the water. The blonde landed across from him and raised her hands in fists. She beckoned him, opening her hand forward. She was well aware that she was superior to him in hand. 2. Hand combat if she wasn't able to defeat him using chakra. Neji hurried forward, picking himself up and growling. He kicked and punched her a couple of times, but she countered skillfully each time, kneeing him in the stomach, elbowing him in the forehead, and hooking her fist across his jaw before she leapt into the air, planted both feet in his chest, and spun off into a flip where she threw 4 kunai at him in the highest point. The boy with dark hair was able to roll away. He was staring at her, his hand up to his chest, gasping for breath. She waved her ponytail and got ready once more, waving her hand at him to come closer. He narrowed his eyes and produced another weapon. It took him coercing her into using her chakra. She moved to meet him as he hurried forward. When they came into contact, he spun and entered the 8 trigrams palm's heavenly spin instead of attacking. Ino stopped and flipped back to avoid colliding with the side of it. She made a defensive movement backward and squinted. Neji held his hands up once more, panting as he stood in a small crater left by the attack. Between each of his fingers were kunai. The girl with blonde hair squinted. What the hell is he up to? With a leap into the air, the youthful Hyuga crossed his arms. 8 trigrams palm's heavenly rain. Ino's gaze widened. As roughly 20 kunai shot out of the sphere toward her, she swam behind one of the pillars and said, "Oh shit." His spinning came to an end as he landed. When he realized he had her on the defensive once more, he turned to give her a sly smile. The blonde was angry and irritated with him. On the other side of her cover, there were roughly 10 more kunai impaled on each side, and at least 5 on the other. His defense was excellent, and she had never seen him fight before. She removed her mask and placed her hand on her hip. Not bad. He gave her a nod. I wasn't expecting you to last this long. She smiled, squinting her eyes. Then you're an idiot. Neji scowled in response. As she moved from the surrounding cover into an open area, he prepared another set of kunai in his grasp and said, "Don't get cocky." She gave a head shake. You just don't get it, do you? My training is far beyond yours. You're not going to win, and I already know how I'm going to beat you. The boy with dark hair leapt up once more. Just die. 8 trigrams palm's heavenly rain. Ino pulled her arm back and remained motionless. Shintant. A strange looking blue chakra arm shot out and struck his protective ball with its palm first. Her new method was a more focused version of the Shintention that was strengthened by manipulating chakras. As if driving in a nail with its palm, it slammed the ball that was shooting out kunai into the wall's side. The girl grinned as she looked up at the hole that resulted and said, "Idiot." Neji stumbled away, clutching the sides of the circular hole left by the collision. It was large enough for him to stand in and about 3 feet deep. Though he didn't appear injured, it was clear that it hadn't felt good. He gave her a troubled look as he turned to face her. Her hair was tossed about. "So do something about it then." He gave one nod. "I intend to." Neji looked over his shoulder and gasped, "Nah, I've had enough of this. It's time for it to end." With handfuls of kunai behind him, the clone Ino had created at the beginning of the match was facing her counterpart, who was in the same position across from him. They threw about 15 at him at once, both leaping back and forth. He was forced to use his defensive heavenly spin once more because he had nowhere to hide and no way to avoid the wide spread. He began, and Ino's glowing blue arm materialized from her shoulder once more. It took hold of the chained pillars from Ryoji's match that were still leaning against the wall and lowered them onto the ball. Neji was spared damage when a sizable circular gouge was carved into the wood. He had also ceased rotating and appeared to have been knocked about for a brief period of time as he staggered around. The boy with white eyes attempted to extricate himself from the gap between the logs. The instant he touched the wood, a kunai pinned his hand, causing his eyes to widen and him to scream in agony. His head was cocked back and 2 extremely sharp objects were jabbing against his spine at the base of his neck before the sound had fully left his lips. With their kunai knives held high and each pointing at the other's back, Ino and her clone were both out of breath. His hand was pinned to the wood, making it impossible for him to turn to face them. She touched down ahead of him. He removed the kunai that was holding the boy's hand in place and said, "Enough. Yamanaka Ino is the winner." Neji gasped. "I lost? Again? 2. That girl?" As her clone faded, Ino cast a sidelong glance at him. "Don't look so surprised. You should have known better than to think you could beat me." The boy's head was hung. He had been overcome. He attempted to make up for his style's shortcomings by experimenting with a more difficult approach and mastering a seal to call forth kunai. Never could he hope to catch up to her, and he had failed to coerce her into releasing her chakra when he was near enough to reach her after the initial encounter. It had been Yamanaka Ino who had outwitted him. It was not supposed to be possible. He looked up at the box seats where the delegates were seated. What the? Sitting amidst his 3 guards was Naruto. For some reason, he was dressed as a woman as well. With his black forehead protector, it was easy to identify him. It wasn't that he was surprised, exactly. He was able to see him clearly. With a sly smile on his face, he nodded to him as his chakra continued to flow through his body. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had deduced that he was a chakra sensor based on Shi's response to Ino at the beginning of their first match. That's why he let some chakra pass through him. Though not fully released, his chakra was still strong enough to alert anyone in the vicinity who might be sensitive to chakra. A medical nin escorted the Hyuga boy out of the arena while he focused on his hand. It was strange, as he had never seen Naruto in that light before. They weren't just hiding it, as the gentle fist continued to have an effect on people who could conceal their chakra. What is it? It was as if it never existed, but it was clear that they still had it. How? What is it? I don't get it? It appeared that they were still alive and could utilize it when necessary. Despite this, they appeared vacant, lifeless, and devoid of chakra. Sitting, Naruto bore little resemblance to the other delegates. His chakra lines were as visible to him as anyone's. When the young Junin had looked down on him, he hadn't appeared arrogant. He seemed pleased, in fact, and not just with Ino. It was unclear. Though he was unsure of how to interpret it, one thing was clear. Not only were they concealing their chakra. Through some means, Naruto had figured out how to keep it sealed and release it whenever he wanted to, all without taking his own life. He'd even taught his allies how to do it. He was gazed down at by the Kumo Nin. Get what? Neji gave him a scowl. Although it was highly intriguing, he was unsure of how to interpret it and said, "It's none of your business." It was not supposed to be possible. Someone would die if their own chakra were entirely sealed. He had witnessed instances of people who had passed away having their chakra entirely depleted or severed. Team 7 had managed to survive by doing just that, for some reason. It was crazy to the same extent, if not more so than Hinata's vampire tale. Ryoji looked over at Ino and scowled. "Congratulations." Genji concurred, and neither of them appeared especially shocked by how the fight turned out. "Yeah. Not bad." Yugo gave a friendly smile. "Well done. You're doing very well." The blonde girl gave a nod. "I'd better. I'd rather die than fail. That jerk will make me wish I died if I don't." Rock Lee was glancing at her, clearly confused about him. "She beat him?" Guy gave a nod. "So it would seem. Though it pains me to say it, I admit I'm relieved. Neji is my student, but I did not wish to see anyone die today. Though, I also do not believe Neji truly wished to harm her." His pupil gave a nod. "I see, he went easy on her then." Tenten turned to face him again. "No, he didn't." Lee gave a slight start. "What?" Guy placed his hand on the shoulder of his youthful, green-clad pupil. "She is correct. Neji fought his hardest, but he could not overcome her advanced level of training." Bullcut Boy looked perplexed. "What do you mean? Training? Her training is advanced?" Tenten appeared somewhat disoriented. She turned to face the blonde girl. Her gaze was fixed on the girl's now bare upper arm as she said, "What? Wait a minute. I've seen that mark before." With a frustrated expression, Ino was prodding the cut above a well-known mark on her clothing. Ino was rubbing at it, applying some kind of salve to the cut, making it noticeable even though she wouldn't have noticed it. "No way. It can't be. She's just a genin. There's no way." The boy dressed in green furrowed his powerful eyebrows as he looked in the direction she was looking. When he saw it, he gasped, "Huh? What do? Anbu? She's an Anbu?" The Chinese girl appeared a little irritated. She stopped and looked up at the two Anbu who were defending the Hokage. "No way. It can't be. She's not even a Chunin. Besides, her team. What the?" She exclaimed as she realized that, during their drive to the finals, they had shown a keen interest in learning about Naruto. They were both wearing masks and were in full uniform. Neither had spoken during the entire trip. "Wait. Don't tell me, that's Sakura and Sasuke up there with the Hokage?" Neji approached with a snort. With his hand bandaged, he scowled at the two of them. "Of course it is. Naruto is an Anbu captain. You heard the Hokage. He's Team 7's Junin. If they're still on his team, all of them are Anbu. Don't tell me you only figured that out just now? It should be obvious." Tenten flushed. She looked back at Ino and said, "What? No way. There's no such thing as a genin Anbu." She had changed her outfit to hide her tattoo. Neji silently turned to face the arena. Ignoring their looks, he stepped aside to lean against the wall on his own. Lee's eyes widened a little. "Sakura? She's here?" Guy gave a slight frown. "That's enough. We should not speak of it. Anbu wear masks for a reason. They have no reason to hide their faces at home, but we are not in Konohagakure." His student, dressed in green, flushed as she looked up at him. "I was not aware. I would have tried to speak with her had I known." His boss cast him a sidelong glance. "It is best if you do not. She has a duty to perform, and is not permitted to speak with any but the Hokage. Lee, be aware, their training is beyond any I have been permitted to give you." I admit I worried some for the outcome, but I must also admit that it was less than a surprise. "I think the best of all my students, you are all full of spirit and youth. However, Yamanaka Ino has endured more than you might think in the path of her training. She is not someone to take lightly, and no genin should be expected to be a match for her." He glanced over at her. I must admit, her success has surprised me. I did not expect her to endure such advanced training. Uzumaki was less than a surprise, but his teammates' ability to endure such a thing is a testament to his skills as a leader. Kakashi has surpassed my expectations as a teacher. Fitting for my greatest rival, yet somehow still surprising. Tenten cast a quick glance over to where Ino and her team were standing. She was concerned that Ino had done more than just impress her, saying, "She's really strong." Neji had been easily defeated by the girl. She had performed far better than she had in the previous exams. She wasn't particularly surprised that Sakura and Sasuke were Anbu since she knew they were both Chunin. She was aware that Ino was a genin, but she had never thought that she might also be one. She's impressive. Glancing over to see the white-haired Kumo girl standing next to her, the dark-haired girl gasped. "What?" Sahara was grinning with confidence. "That Ino girl. I was hoping to fight one of the Hyuga, but this is even more interesting." Tenten had no desire to converse. "You've got to get through me first." The girl with the dark skin appeared unconcerned. "Well, one of us is going to fight her, and you don't look much like you're looking forward to it. Feeling a bit inadequate?" She passed us by. "Don't worry so much. You won't make it that far." The girl with dark hair flushed. She was twitchy, but not overly agitated. "Shit. Calm down, Tenten. You can do this." Lee had his eyes fixed on the arena. They were changing out a few of the poles and clearing away some of the leftover debris from the previous match. The arena had sustained more damage than anticipated, and the shattered remnants of the chained logs from Ino and Neji's fight were being taken out. The voice of a girl he didn't know broke in. "Hello." The Kumo Kunoichi was staring at the boy when he turned to look away. His face flushed a little and he seemed reluctant to speak. The girl smirked, crossing her arms beneath her chest and slightly lifting her breasts as she said, "You're kind of cute in an odd way." Lee, was it? His expression was bewildered as he gazed upon her. "What?" She gave a shrug. "I'm impressed. Too bad you're not from around here. I might have to start chasing you if you were." She laughed a little at the boy's sudden rigidity. "Well, Tenten moved to stand by her side. "What are you doing?" Sahara cast a sidelong glance at the girl. "Flirting. Your friend is kind of cute. Too bad I can't keep him." Rock Lee froze, not knowing what to say or do. Huh? His teammate's jaw dropped. "Lee? Cute?" The Kumo girl cocked her head and smirked at his reaction. "Sure. He's not bad looking, in really good shape, he's very well mannered, and..." Her eyes went a little soft as she looked over at Tenten. "His worst fear is letting the people he cares about down. That's more impressive than you think. I doubt what you're afraid of is as noble as that. We'll find out though, won't we?" She leaned up and kissed the confused boy on his cheek, causing him to turn very red. "See you. Who knows, maybe we'll meet again one day." Tenten seemed frozen in shock as the dark-skinned girl almost skipped away. "What? That tramp." She was annoyed and balled up her fists as the Kumo nin walked off. Lee had tears in his eyes as he clenched his fist. "Oh. Why must I be so adorable? Curse these devilish good looks." He had his heart set on another already, and could not give up. Though the temptation was strong, he would not back down. "Sakura. Please forgive me. These thoughts shall not go unpunished. I shall train doubly hard to gain your forgiveness. 500 laps, 1,000 punches, 1,000 kicks, and dare I say it, 300 squat thrusts." Tenten looked rather disgusted. She paused as Guy put his hand on her shoulder. "Tenten. Do not forget what I have taught you." She paused in mild surprise. "Huh?" After a moment she nodded. "What do you mean, Guy-sensei?" The man looked very serious. Bloodline eyes can be very dangerous. The genjutsu they can produce are very strong. She became serious as well, forgetting about Lee for a moment. "Right. Don't look her in the eye." The man nodded. "Yes. It could mean the difference between victory and defeat. You must not let her catch your eyes, keep yours down and focus on her feet. His kunoichi nodded. I won't forget. No way I can let that brat beat me. Honestly, Lee? Cute? Gross. Rock Lee was still stealing his will. I shall not forgive or forget. I shall not submit to temptation. I shall work hard and ensure my heart remains true. Guy looked quite pleased and let his teeth sparkle as he gave the boy a thumbs up. Don't worry, Lee. It's natural for a woman to appreciate such youthful energy. You should train hard, but don't think too much of this. Yugo and Ino were both doing their best to not look at the rather noisy group. What the hell is wrong with that team? Grumbled the girl. Guy is just weird. Don't worry about it. It's best to just ignore him. She gave a small sigh and put her hand up to her forehead. I don't know how Kakashi can put up with it. Men. Muttered Ino as she leaned over the railing. Hey, looks like we're starting again. Tenten and Sahara were moving towards the arena. Both looked firm and serious as they took their places on the log. Sahara gave the dark-haired girl across from her a cool gaze as they both bowed. She signaled the start of the match, and Tenten moved to strike first. The Konoha Nin started tossing weapons as she jumped out on top of the standing pillars. The red-eyed Kumo girl simply stood in place and shifted herself about as they passed around her. Very accurate. Tenten growled as she paused and realized the girl had not been forced off the log. She'd moved her arms and legs, and shifted her back a few times to dodge her weapons. What the? Sahara put her hand on her hip. Don't tell me you've given up already? The dark-haired girl frowned. Not on your life. This time, the Kumo girl jumped out across from her onto one of the pillars and crouched. Come on then. Let's make this interesting. She was trying to catch her gaze, but the girl kept her eyes away from hers. Clever girl. Tenten pulled a couple of large shuriken from behind her back using seals and tossed them both. The white-haired girl jumped off her perch and clung to the side. One passed over her, and the other impacted in the side of the wood. She pushed off and flipped back, bouncing between two of them into the water and landed on top of it. Tenten just jumped straight down, throwing more weapons in her descent. None of them connected as her opponent twisted in the air to dodge them all with minimal movement. What the hell? Sahara smirked as she shifted her hips and stood in the open out of cover. I can see where your weapon is going to land before it leaves your hand. Her eye allowed her to see in what would seem like slow motion and allowed her what appeared as superhuman reflexes. As a result, it allowed her to dodge projectiles and strikes with minimal movement. Tenten clutched a pair of kunai in her grip and sent a hail of shuriken at her opponent. Sahara bent and took a step to the side, slipping into an opening in the spread, and snapped her hand up to grip her opponent's forearm before she was stabbed. The white-haired girl shifted her head back to avoid a slash and pushed the other hand, throwing her momentum off and forcing her to lose her balance. While Tenten was reeling, she put a swift kick into her kidney and forced the dark-haired girl back, clutching her side. Sahara chuckled as her opponent took up a defensive posture. What's the matter? Afraid to look me in the eye? The girl in Chinese clothes gave a rough snort. I'm not that stupid. I know how that trick of yours works. The white-haired girl nodded. Yes, but you don't seriously think that it's the only thing I've got up my sleeve? She put up her palm and her eye glowed red. Desert wind blast. There was a gold-gray swirl of something over her palm and she blew into it hard. Tenten gasped as she jumped to the side as a massive blast of what she now knew to be sand shot forward. The side of the pillar next to her was stripped down and sand blasted into a deep gouge. She cried out in pain as she barely managed to move aside and ended up with what looked like road rash on her left leg and forearm. Damn. Sahara hopped up onto the side of one of the shorter pillars and climbed on top of it. She was forced to hang off the bottom side as another hail of shuriken from below her peppered her perch. Hey. Desert reflection glare. Her eye glowed red as she glared down at the water below. Tenten looked at her feet as the heat of the sun's rays intensified. What the? There was a haze forming and her feet were growing hot. No way. The water in the arena was starting to boil, and steam was clouding up the air. She could still see her opponent above it though and bounced up the log towards her. I won't lose. Reflection of fear. Tenten gasped as the steam in front of her became a pinkish red. Wah? Her eyes glazed over as she fell to her knees in the hot water. She screamed in pain and the red haze dissipated as she jumped to her feet. Before she was able to turn around, there was a kunai at her throat. She landed next to them. That's enough. It's over. The dark-haired girl hung her head. What happened? I forced you to look into the heart of fear for a moment. Her opponent put her weapon away. The hot water scalding you kept me from getting a good hold, but it was enough to distract you and make the final play. Tenten looked shocked and gasped. The steam. You reflected the genjutsu off the steam? Sahara smiled at her. Well, I have to admit, Konoha has impressed me. You're clever to have figured that out. The dark-haired girl nodded once and turned away. I see. Well, I guess Kumo has impressed me too. Maybe we'll meet again, I'll be much stronger if we do. Sahara moved off towards the exit. You wouldn't be much of a ninja if you weren't. Perhaps we'll meet on friendlier terms next time? Tenten's frown faded, but she didn't smile. Then again, maybe not. She was aware that while they weren't really enemies, the next time they ran into each other, they just might be. She had to get stronger, and she had to be ready. She looked up at Ino and frowned. I guess it's up to her. She walked and thought to herself as she made her way back to the observation deck. As she passed by Ino, she paused and looked at her. Don't lose. The blonde girl gave her a serious-looking nod. I won't. Genji and Ryoji glanced at her and said nothing. The brunette boy gave a heavy sigh. Well, one of us is going to have to fight her. Ryoji crossed his arms and frowned a bit. Couldn't we just draw straws? The pair moved off towards the arena, where she was already waiting for the next contestants. Both boys stood on the log and bowed as soon as they were in place. She was off to the side again, picking a more stable log than his last perch. Half of it had been sand blasted away. He signaled the start. Begin. Ryoji pulled his mace off his back and slammed it into the side of the log again. Genji jumped off, blowing into his palms and creating a ball of fire. The larger boy narrowed his eyes at this and waited as his opponent landed and tossed it at him. Rather than dodge, he swung his mace like a baseball bat. The ball of flame shot back towards Genji, who raised his hands and caused it to split before it reached him. Ryoji was already on the move though. He landed in the water and hacked his mace at his rival's perch. Genji tried to jump off before it toppled, but the vibration from the strike forced him to lose his balance and he ended up clinging to the side of another log after a clumsy hop. The larger boy didn't miss a beat and slammed his mace into the base of it, shaking his opponent off. Genji fell with another ball of flame in his hands and tossed it down before he landed. Once again, Ryoji didn't step aside or dodge and batted it back up into his face. Genji was forced to split it, but doing it left him open. He landed belly first into Ryoji's elbow with his hands still in the seal to control his projectile. The wind was knocked out of him, and the larger boy flipped him on his back and put his mace up against his throat. I win. Genji narrowed his eyes. Did you? The dark-haired boy nodded. Yup. The log he'd knocked his opponent off of fell over and blocked the two fireballs that had turned around and made for his back in mid-air. It landed with a large splash in the pool behind them. Genji gave a sour frown and nodded. I guess you did. She landed next to them and confirmed it. It's over. That's enough. Ryoji was already putting his weapon away. I guess that's that. The brown-haired boy popped his neck and accepted his opponent's hand. I don't envy you. Now you've got to fight that hellish beast. The dark-haired boy furrowed his brow. You didn't lose on purpose, did you? He grinned and shrugged. I might have tried a bit harder if I didn't know what winning would get me. Rather than return to the observation deck, Ryoji hopped up to the log. She made sure Genji moved out of the arena, but since the boy was pretty much unhurt, he just stood and watched with his arms crossed until he reached the exit. After that, he hopped up beside the larger of the pair. The next match will begin as soon as the opponent arrives. Yamanaka Ino and Hidori Ryoji. The boy closed his eyes and crossed his arms. I concede. She looked back at him. What? Ryoji shrugged. I give up. The Junin seemed surprised. You're not injured. Are you sure? The dark-haired boy nodded. Sure. Do you really think I'd win? Come on. Besides, we all know everyone wants to see the next match anyway. It would just be a pointless waste of time. I've come as far as I can, and there's nothing to lose in stepping aside for the fight everyone really wants to see anyway. He hopped down and made for the exit before anything else could be said on the matter. After a moment, the proctor nodded. Very well. We'll move on to the next match then. Sahara and Ino were already standing in the entrances to the arena. The blonde girl was giving the exit a small frown as she moved off and looked a bit confused. What got into him? Sahara popped her neck. He knew his limits. Are you prepared? Ino looked her in the eyes. No point in putting it off. Let's get this over with. The white-haired girl seemed pleased. I knew I'd be in the final round, but I wasn't expecting to face you here. Who are you? No one knows the name Yamanaka. I must say, you're quite the surprise. The blonde girl frowned a little at that. My family is well known. The legendary ninja team, Ino, Shika, Sho is one Kumo should remember. Sahara seemed a little surprised. Never cared much for cards. I care even less for history. All I know is that you are all that stands between me and total victory. Prepare yourself. The blonde growled. You'll not forget my name again. You'll remember me as the one who defeated you. They both bowed. She rolled his eyes a little at the posturing. Begin. Sahara stepped back and put her hands up, Ino did the same. The blonde girl was looking her dead in the eyes. The white-haired girl smirked at that. What is it you're afraid of? Her eye glowed as her stare intensified. Ino's lips turned down a little. Like I'd tell you. She rushed forward and punched at her. The Kumo nin gasped and took a blow to her cheek. She staggered back once and flipped to avoid the next strike. As the white-haired kunoichi landed, she blocked two more strikes, a knee and a fist. With a low growl she gazed into the girl's eyes. Ino's return glare was full of fire and she pushed against her. Sahara stood her ground and pushed back, locking their forearms together as they pushed against one another. Ino broke first and swept at her feet, forcing her off the log and onto one of the pillars. Sahara had her open palm up and looked frustrated. What the hell? She knew she had her gaze, and she should have been paralyzed in the grip of her genjutsu. Fine then. Desert Wind Blast. Ino moved to the sides, both sides as a pair of her appeared moving in either direction as the blast passed between them. The center of the overhanging log was blasted out of existence and it collapsed into the arena. Both Ino and her clone jumped off the opposite edges and landed on top of pillars to either side of the dark-skinned girl. Sahara glanced to either side and moved down onto the sides of the pillars as the pair of blonde girls started lobbing kunai at her. She bounced off the sides and managed to fend them both off on her way down. They bounced around like pachinko balls through the pillars on the way down. Sahara's timing keeping her unscathed by the two blonde kunoichi's passes. They both landed in the water, Ino ankle deep once again, and Sahara on top of the water. The white-haired girl charged again, and kicked at her opponent. Ino grunted as she took a shot to the jaw and belly. Her blocks seeming just a tad too slow to keep up. After a moment and a few hard blows, she broke off and kept pillars between them. Damn. She's too fast. Sahara had a confident-looking smirk on her face. I don't understand why the Desert of Fear isn't working, but she's open to direct attack. She sped up just enough to move around one of the logs in front of the girl and made to punch her in the face. A blow from behind her right between her shoulder blades threw her off balance and forced her to miss though. Ino was waiting and tried to plant her knee into her chin. The white-haired Kumo girl managed to bring up her arms and block the strike, but still landed in the water and rolled aside. Shit. I forgot about the other one. There were two of Ino moving towards her as she regained her feet and they attacked together. Sahara kept up and dodged with what seemed like unnatural skill. The three of them clashed and battered each other. Sahara grabbed the side of one of the logs and flung herself around the side, putting both feet into the face of one of them. The blonde flew away, hit one of the pillars back first, and vanished in a puff of smoke. The red-eyed girl turned and smirked. "So, you're the real one then?" She started to run at her. The blonde seemed to take up a defensive posture and waited. Rather than slam into her in a full assault, the white-haired kunoichi grunted the shock of a strong blow to her back just as she reached her and landed face first in the water. "What the?" She looked up over her shoulder and found herself pinned to the ground. Ino looked very confident on top of the pillar just above her with a giant glowing blue arm protruding from her left shoulder holding her opponent down against the ground. The other one had jumped up and was holding a pair of kunai over her head ready to end the match. The red-eyed girl snarled as her eye flashed with a bright light. Solar flare. Both of the blonde girls were taken by surprise and shielded their eyes from the intense blinding light. The one diving at her rolled off to the side, while the other staggered and lost her balance on her perch. Sahara rolled to her feet free of the girl's strange jutsu with a kunai in her grip. The clone vanished in a puff of smoke as she moved by and made to intercept the falling girl before she hit the water. It's over. Ino was falling back first from the tallest perch still standing in the arena, about 20 feet up. Just before they clashed right above the water, the blonde girl rolled over in the air. Sahara gasped as her jaw dropped as she tried to skid to a halt. It was too late though. Rasengan. The red-eyed kunoichi was tossed to the side as the ball exploded as it hit the ground. She managed to avoid a direct hit, but the resulting blast and spray of water tossed her onto her side and sent her rolling. Rather than land, Ino was tossed up again by the blast and shifted her weight using the momentum of the strike to throw her towards her opponent. Sahara looked up with wide eyes with her arms spread wide as Ino landed on her chest with two kunai crossed over her throat. They looked each other dead in the eyes and gasped for breath. Yamanaka was worn, dirty, and her clothes were torn, but Sahara was helpless, and her arms were still spread from an attempt to stop herself from rolling further. She put his hand on the blonde girl's shoulder. That's enough. Yamanaka Ino is the winner. The red-eyed kunoichi relaxed her head and closed her eyes. She was led up and staggered to her feet next to Ino. There was cheering going on around the arena. The delegates were quite pleased. She let out a heavy sigh and looked up towards the three cages seats. The Raikage had a frown on his face, but didn't seem angry with her. He looked thoughtful and was rubbing his chin. The Hokage had her chest puffed out and looked quite pleased with herself. The oldest of them, Tsuchikage, had his arms crossed and was nodding his head. I lost. The blonde girl put her hand on her shoulder. It was a good match. The girl seemed almost half asleep. The red-eyed girl frowned at her and brushed her hand off. You. There's something odd about you. How did you defeat my genjutsu? No one. No one can. I know I had you. You were looking in my eyes. There's no way you. I mean, no one can. Ino looked away. Like I'd explain it. Get real. Her eyes were a bit glazed and she was having trouble standing straight from the look of her. You're just gonna have to figure it out for yourself. Sahara blinked at that and seemed to calm. I see. She looked up at Raikage again. It was a good match. I won't lose to the likes of you again. The blonde girl staggered for a moment and leaned against the wall. Yeah. Whatever. She slumped down and passed out against the wall. Sahara gasped. What? Hey. She tried to move over to the girl and looked confused at her sudden collapse. She pulled her back and lifted the girl up with his shoulder. She's out cold. Ryoji and Genji landed nearby and he handed her over to them both. The pair carried her between their shoulders to the exit. The Kumo Junin looked on as they moved off. Seems like she just used up too much chakra and passed out. Sahara didn't really hear him. She was looking at the 4-foot wide, 2-foot deep gouge in the arena floor with wide eyes. What the? She felt a chill run down her spine. If she'd hit me with that. She wasn't sure she would have survived. That girl. Is a genin? She had noticed the damage as well, but didn't give any indication of surprise. Whatever it was, it drained her chakra almost dry using it. Come on, the matches are over. The white-haired girl nodded and looked up towards the observation deck. Ino was awake again, but looked miserable and as if she might fall over again at any moment. Genji and Ryoji were both grinning at her, while the bowl-cut boy and girl in Chinese clothes praised her and congratulated her on her victory. Yugo and Guy both seemed pleased as well, especially Yugo. Ino just looked like she wanted to crawl off and get some rest. With a small smirk, the white-haired girl nodded. Yeah. I guess that's that. Konoha is a lot more interesting than I expected. I didn't think I'd fight anyone so strong here. She frowned at her, but his face went a little lighter when he realized she wasn't griping. In fact, she looked a little wistful, even pleased. I hope I meet them again. I want to fight that girl again someday. That guy with them is kind of cute too. The Junin gave a heavy sigh. If you say so. Kids were weird. His job was over, and after a small ceremony, the events would close, and he could find himself a drink and relax. Naruto was pleased with how things turned out, sort of. He was kind of hoping Ino would do well enough to get promoted, but still get knocked out before the last match. Then he would have had an excuse to train them all into the ground again. Now he had to make up another excuse. As it was, there was a small ceremony where the Hokage and Raikage both presented her with a medal for winning the tournament. The delegates were all sitting about talking after the events. Umi was smiling as the group was handed a form and a pen by a couple of Kumo nin. Everyone took one, and Naruto seemed confused and arched his eyebrow. What's this? The blue-haired woman arched her eyebrow. It's the voting form. Now that the match is over, we vote on those we feel should be promoted to Chunin. You can choose 3 candidates. The blonde girl looked it over and nodded. I see. He was a bit surprised, and hadn't thought that he'd be having a say in it. Huh. Should have realized. He checked off the Kumo girl, Ryoji, and after briefly considering Ino, decided on Genji. He didn't want to play favorites, and assumed that others would vote for Ino. Umi smiled as she filled hers out as well. That was a very good tournament. Much better than usual. Mizu was looking very bubbly. Wow. That was something, wasn't it? That Konohagakure girl was pretty impressive. I voted for her, that Hyuga boy, and Sahara. What about you two? The Whirlpool country representative shrugged. The same really. They both looked at Naruto. The blonde shrugged. I voted for the Kumo girl and Yamanaka's 2 teammates. The young brunette representative of Wave seemed a little surprised. Really? That blonde girl was impressive. I'm surprised you didn't vote for her. Umi seemed to agree. Yeah. She's kind of cute too. Naruto shrugged. Yeah. I figured everyone else would vote for her though. They all seemed to have the right qualities too. Being a Chunin is about more than just being strong. Mizu seemed to understand, but Umi looked confused. Captain Azum smiled at her. Well, it's nice to know someone appreciates that besides me. Though, I've got to admit, that girl was impressive. I voted for her as well. She's got a good head about her, and planned out her strategy well. The Whirlpool country woman frowned at him. You just voted with your penis. Says the woman who voted for the cute one, he replied. Naruto shook his head. I guess we head back home after this then? Umi blinked in surprise. You're not staying? Mizu cocked her head. Yeah. They've got great hot springs here. I'm dying to have a good soak. The blonde girl seemed surprised. Huh? Staying? I thought everyone had to leave after the exams. The blue-haired woman cocked her head. Well, the ninja have to leave. They can't stay in the village because of the treaty. We're all ambassadors though. We usually stay for 2 or 3 days after the event. There's great shopping here, and I'm looking forward to the hot springs myself. Azum gave a small snort and muttered, I'll bet, under his breath. The woman glared at him, but didn't speak up. The brunette woman smiled. Yeah. We'll show you if you like. It'll be fun. Naruto glanced at his aunt. I guess I should. I've never done this before. I'm not sure how it all works really. He wanted to find out more about her. He'd been alone for his whole life, and though he couldn't reveal himself to her, he was curious about the family he never knew he had. He also suspected why he was never told. Because of the Kyuubi, he had to remain in Konohagakure. Now he discovered he had a grandparent and an aunt. He was curious about them both, and wondering if there might be others. She noticed her gaze and smiled. "I'll show you the ropes. It's nice to get away and relax after business when we attend this sort of thing." The blonde girl nodded. "All right. Sounds good." Azum smirked at that. He might be able to get Mizu off on her own if Umi was distracted with the Kitsune ruler. He still wasn't sure, but he suspected she just might be male. Mizu started talking. She had been quiet during the events, but was starting to look like a bit of a bubbly chatterbox. "Yeah. There's a big feast tonight. The food is always good. There's dancing, and we'll all have a few drinks. They give us really nice rooms, much better than my apartment. I've heard great things about Kumo. There's skiing, and hiking, and plenty of shops. Oh. I heard there's a new place in town too. Everyone says it's great. The Fox Den, or something." Umi flushed at the mention of it. "We've got one in Whirlpool Country recently. I think it's some sort of chain." Azum chuckled. "I'm not so sure you'd like it, Mizu. They're popping up all over the place. Valley Country has one too. It's got some of the conservatives all riled up." The brunette smiled. "Yeah. A lot of people talk about it though. They say it's got a great spa and salon in it though." Naruto nodded. "It does. The bar is good too." Umi smirked. "Oh. You've been there before?" The blonde realized her guards were all smiling and trying to look innocent. "Yeah. I've only been to the one in Konohagakure so far though." Mizu beamed. "Great. It's decided. We'll check it out together tomorrow. We'll go and get a facial, and get our hair done, and our nails. I hear they even do massages." Naruto forced himself to look pleased. Yeah. They give great massages. I've had a few." The captain arched his eyebrow. "Well, sounds good. I'll probably check it out myself. I never made it to the one in Valley Country. I've been too busy since it opened to go." Umi scowled at him. "What? Are you going to get your hair permed or something?" Naruto looked away in a rather innocent manner. "Well, it's a bar too." The man gave a rough snort. "As if you didn't know about that." She blushed and looked annoyed. "Shut up." She turned her attention to the cute blonde girl again. "Anyway, hang out with us for a couple of days. You seem nice, and I like you. I'm sure we'll meet again at the next exams, right?" The blonde seemed to think on it. "Well, sure. I'm not sure I'll come every time, but yeah. I'll definitely see you again sometime." Umi put her arm around her. She considered copping a feel, but decided there was time for that later. "Great. Stick with us. We've got to band together to fend off those perverts." She looked towards the other representatives. Naruto looked in that general direction as well. "Yeah. I've not met them all yet." Mizu beamed. "Great. It's always nice to have another girl around. It's just been the two of us for a while." The blonde turned a bit red and looked a little nervous at that statement. Yeah. Girls. Hey." Umi shook her shoulder. "We'll be meeting with the daimyo of Kumo over dinner tonight. I'll introduce you. He's a pretty nice guy. He's about the only guy here who isn't a huge pervert." Azum rolled his eyes as he stood up. "That's debatable." He spoke to the girls. "Well, I'll see you ladies later. I'm gonna go catch a nap before dinner." Kurama and Kira were all looking at Umi. "Hey. We're perverts too." Masara agreed. "Yeah. Even Highness." Naruto glowered at them and they all shrugged. He opened his mouth, but found he couldn't really deny it either. "Well. I guess we are. Anyway. What sort of food do they have at this dinner thing?" Mizu and Umi shrugged. The blue-haired woman spoke up. "Well, probably local foods, with a bit of other stuff." The blonde nodded. "Think they'll have ramen?" Mizu seemed to think. "I doubt it. It's probably pretty expensive." Umi looked a bit confused. Ramen? No way. It's way better than ramen. The blonde frowned. What? Are you kidding? Better than ramen? She looked appalled. Naruto wasn't so sure this person was a relative of his. The blue-haired woman didn't seem to get the implication. Of course. Ramen is cheap. This is gourmet stuff here. You'll love it. Naruto sulked a little. Not if there's no ramen I won't, he muttered under his breath. Kurama rolled her eyes a little. Be diplomatic, Highness, remember? He didn't respond but seemed to accept it. I guess we should stay then. Where are we staying anyway? Umi pulled on her arm. Come on. I'll show you. Ino gave a small sigh as she walked out of the gates of Kumogakure. Well, I'm glad that's over with. The Hokage smiled at her. You did very well. We're all very proud. Sasuke and Sakura were both silent and flanking her as they moved back towards Konoha. Neji didn't look directly at her and crossed his arms as he walked with his team. He was sulking. Ayum was behind him, looking wide-eyed at the ground with her fists balled up. Her two teammates were also silent. Yes, you did very well. Lee gave her a smile and put up his thumb as his teeth sparkled. Guy patted his head and seemed pleased. Yeah. Romeo here is right. Tenten gave her a warm-looking smile as well. I'm glad you won. That girl was a brat. Rock Lee flushed a little. She didn't seem so bad. Ino smiled at them. Thanks. Ryoji and Genji were moving at her side looking relaxed. The larger boy nodded. Yeah. I have to admit, she was strong, but she seemed all right. The brunette boy nodded in agreement. He's right. She talked a bit of trash, but it was no worse than any of us were doing. He looked over at Neji. Well, most of us anyway. The white-eyed boy frowned at him and avoided eye contact. He didn't seem worried, but rather thoughtful. Ayume looked nervous and was hanging back in silence. Her two teammates were standing beside her and seemed to have noticed her state. They seemed to be a little protective and it did help her mood a little. Yugo was quite pleased. Well, I don't think it could have turned out better. Don't you think, Guy? The man flushed a little. A matter of perspective, I suppose. He was aware that her whole team had gotten further than his had. I expect the next tournament will go better for us. Ino was relaxed and seemed relieved. She wasn't at top form, but she'd recovered from her fights for the most part. The medical teams of Kumo had fixed everyone up and they were almost good as new in most cases. She looked about and her face fell a little. Hey. Where's Naruto? He's not coming back with us. She was used to not seeing him, and only noticed the absence of his three Kitsune companions. The Hokage arched her eyebrow. No. He's here as a delegate. They usually stay for the weekend. He'll return on Monday. It was Thursday afternoon and they were moving down the mountain stairs towards the border. She seemed surprised and nodded. Oh. It didn't look like she was upset by it either. Great. We probably won't see him until Tuesday or Wednesday then. Yugo nodded. That's right. Genji stretched his arms. I guess we find out the results next week sometime then? Tsunade nodded. Yes. Usually in about 5 days. Ryoji seemed pleased. Well, I'm just glad it's over with. His brunette companion glared at him. I can't believe you just gave up. The black-haired boy put his hands behind his head. I suppose you'd have just let her kick your butt around for a while? Why should I make myself look like a tool in front of everyone? I was better off giving up. Tusnade chuckled. He may be right. She had also voted on Chunin applicants with the other cage. They were given 4 votes each, and she'd chosen him as one of her picks. She'd also voted for Ino, Neji, and Sahara. Ino looked wistful and tired. I'll be glad to get back home again. She stood before the rakeage. I have a report. The man looked a little surprised. Do you now? Yugito was in the room as well, leaning against his desk as the man bowed before the rakeage. I suspect it's about that Yamanaka girl? The Junin looked at her and nodded. It's more than that. Reikage arched his eyebrow. We're aware of a few things that were revealed in the exams. You have more to add? She stood up and looked very serious. Konohagakure has a new and dangerous technique. I do not understand it, but it is not to be taken lightly. The Reikage leaned over his desk. We have suspicions. The Yamanaka girl has the ability to hide from the Byakugan, we think. She shook his head. Not just the Byakugan. She was able to sneak up on me. That girl can hide her chakra and fight at the same time. Yugito hung her head a little. Interesting. The Junin man nodded. She must reveal herself to use jutsu. It did not hide her when she used that tenshinte, or that kai ball of hers. The Reikage nodded. A weakness presents itself. Still, a very dangerous weapon for Konoha. That girl is someone we should keep an eye on. The proctor of the finals shook his head. It's not just her. Yugito and the Reikage both looked at him at the same time. The huge man stood up and put his fists on his desk as he leaned forward. What do you mean? She had a serious-looking gaze as he answered. The two Anbu with the Hokage also know of this technique. They were hidden from my senses just as she was. I do not think this is an isolated case. Konohagakure has discovered something very powerful and dangerous. A way to evade not just the Byakugan, but any chakra sensing techniques. Yugito looked at the Reikage. This could be a problem. It also seems to give them immunity from gentle fist style. Don't forget how she killed that Hyuga that tried to assassinate her in the exam. The Reikage nodded and flopped down in his chair. He put his fist up to his cheek and glared forward. Yes. I begin to see why the Hyuga would do something like that. Whatever this is, it is a threat to their position in Konohagakure. She nodded. There's something else as well. The Cage looked up at him. Still more. His Junin nodded. I'm afraid so. An eyebrow was raised by Yugito. Is there anything else it could be? Even now, it appears to be very potent. The young man gave a nod. Indeed. It is valuable, in fact. It does exactly what you say, and it also seems to provide protection against genjutsu, even at the level of the Sahara Desert of Fear. Once more, the other two occupants of the room gazed at him with wide eyes. Yugito gave her chin a rub. That's... Reikage gave a nod. I see. Are you certain? She gave a nod. At the beginning of the match, Sahara was staring her in the eyes. She tried using it on herself more than once, as I saw. That Yamanaka girl disregarded it entirely each time. Like it was merely a glance. This is not to be taken lightly. With a laugh, the Reikage said. Yeah. We can't just brush it off. Yugito turned to face him again. What should we do? The youth turned to face his Cage. Maybe we should form an attack squad? Before they cross our borders, ambush them? Take that girl prisoner? The Cage gave a snort. Avoid being stupid. Joining them is the Hokage. She probably went with them in order to keep their little secret safe. Undoubtedly a smart move. The woman appeared to consider it. Well, I suspect we should try and capture her? The Reikage gave a nod. Indeed. Still, we take no action at this time. She bowed. I've told you all I know of this so far. Their commander got up from his chair and went to the window. He turned to face the mountains and clasped his hands behind his back. We'll monitor the situation. The Hyuga are having issues. Maybe we can take advantage of that. It might be in our best interests to assist them in destroying this method if we are unable to find it for ourselves. Yugito gave a nod. The Hyuga's threat has significantly decreased with the Eye of the Soul's resurrection. It needs to be safeguarded because it will be many years before it offers us an advantage. But it's made easier by the present calm. The Reikage gave a nod. I would prefer not to have to wait so long. Such a method would negate the Hyuga's ability. Konohagakure's possession of it further disadvantages us. Sahara was lucky to have enough of the bloodline remaining in her body to enable the re-emergence of the lost eye. She is too young to breed now, and it will take years to replicate. We are at risk. She appeared perplexed. So, what are we to do then? Their leader appeared to ponder for an extended period before shutting his eyes. Get someone to investigate the Hyuga situation. Right now, that appears to be the most promising lead. Things could get complicated if we move too quickly. Right now, I have no desire to initiate a full scale conflict with Konohagakure. Yugito scowled. So, shall we dispatch a diplomatic envoy? It's unlikely that Konohagakure will be very trustworthy. The Raikage gave a nod. Yeah. We can't afford to make another mistake. We ourselves will not attempt anything at this time. Look into the Hyuga's predicament and make an effort to initiate communication with them. We can expect the new Hokage to be more talkative. We can establish diplomatic ties with them by using the exam results as a gateway. She gave a nod. Our main issue might not be the Hokage. We might not have the Hyuga clan's trust because of our previous relationships. The Cage appeared to reconsider. Maybe. But maybe this will benefit us both equally. They might be convinced if they think we would prefer to see this destroyed than taken. The young man gave a nod. It might not be easy. They'll probably question our intentions. Particularly considering that they are undoubtedly aware of our knowledge of its efficacy against the Byakugan. Yugito gave a nod. I concur. But maybe we can convince them to take action. I think it's important to look into this, and sending a delegate seems to be the best course of action. I don't think going straight after them would be a good idea. But in doing so, we might come across a flaw that we can take advantage of. She crossed his arms and gave her a quick glance. Everyone we dispatch will be closely monitored. It's not like Konohagakure trusts us. We must proceed cautiously if we do act. The Raikage gave a nod. Indeed. We only establish relations with Konohagakure for the time being. Further information about this and its connection to the Hyuga is necessary. Who knows? If the Hyuga are under pressure, they might unintentionally present us with an opportunity. Yugito chewed on her thumb and pursed her lips. We can presume that they are also aware of the Eye of the Soul. We need to exercise caution ourselves, and they won't be happy to hear it. But it does make them believe that we don't value the Byakugan as much. The Cage spun around to give them both a look. I'll talk to the daimyo about it. We can't afford another incident for the time being. Right now, things are not bad between us and them. We have the chance to start a conversation with them through the exams. You can leave now. I have a lot on my mind. With a nod, she turned to face the door. Yugito moved in the Raikage's direction. If I might suggest someone? He gave her a look. I'm listening. Okami is a Cloud Temple monk. They enjoy good relations with the Fire Temple, and he is a young man. A Hyuga, one of the monks present, went to the examinations and came back to the temple following the first one. In addition to being a Chunin of Kumogakure, he has some diplomatic background. He's been to Suna Valley, where he studied under the monks of Fire Temple and attended a couple of diplomatic meetings on Lightning Country's behalf. He would be familiar to Fire Country's daimyo. The man's brow furrowed as she went on. He would be the ideal candidate if we wanted to strengthen our ties with Konohagakure, but I don't think he would do if we were to take action. He is a very capable and loyal man, and if we ever needed more information to employ more skilled and specialized agents, he would be the ideal person to gather it. I'm afraid he's not much of a fighter, but he's clever, resourceful, and a skilled orator. If nothing else, I have no doubt that he will be able to convince talks. Raikage gave a nod. Excellent. I'll keep that in mind. That is not yet necessary. I must first have a conversation with the daimyo. I'll talk to him about it directly. She turned away, cocking her head slightly and bowing. Excellent. At that point, I'll part ways with you. The man frowned thoughtfully and turned to look out his window over the mountains. Although he detested both politics and diplomacy, he recognized that they were necessities for his position. I miss the old days. When you could just crush problems, handling them was so much easier. The sight of her room caused Naruto to widen his eyes a little. It was not at all what he had anticipated. There was a large bed with multiple pillows on the head, a complete bathroom, and a table with enough seating for 5 people around a floral arrangement. Although it wasn't precisely a royal bedroom, it was the biggest and most ostentatious looking room he had ever visited. Hey. Not too bad. Behind him, Kurama, Masara, and Kira were observing the surroundings with a slight sense of curiosity. Umi smiled at him as she popped her head into the space. She spoke up, and he looked back at her, still in his henge. Hey. The young blonde smiled weakly. Hi. Mizu came in behind her and she stepped in, giving them both a giddy smile. Hello. So everyone is here together? I live next door. The woman with blue hair appeared happy. Yes. We girls need to stick together, don't we? Naruto slightly reddened. So, girls are right. Yes. The youthful brunette gal jiggled. We still have some time before supper. How ought we to proceed? Umi's gaze was fixed on ceiling. Well, I guess we could go shopping? Naruto grew somewhat paler. I guess so. Masara smiled at how he responded. Yes. The princess could do with some new attire. Kurama gave a nod. All right. She only owns one piece of clothing. Kira seemed to think the idea was good. They were all aware that Naruto could shift into anything he wanted to wear, but it would still be entertaining to watch him struggle. His aunt clearly had plans for her. It appeared that he was still unaware of Umi's true intentions. They were kitsune, but he was their king. It would be entertaining to watch him evade her and twist himself out of tight spots. Despite the fact that they would all sacrifice almost anything for him, their playful side prevailed. With his back to the other 2 women, he scowled at the trio as they smiled at him, fully aware that they were enjoying his irritation. Mizu looked a little taken aback. What? You forgot to pack a dress for the dinner, did you? He gave her another look and tried to look composed. I had no idea I would be here for so long. I felt like I was dragged here by the Hokage of Konohagakure. Umi looked a little taken aback. Oh. You're pretty familiar with her? Not a beat was missed by Naruto. Not really. I'm not far from Konohagakure. My spouse is their Biju. It was sufficiently honest. The 2 women appeared somewhat shocked and wide-eyed. Mizu raised her voice. Married to their. Kurama raised her voice. You're correct. Shadow Realm is ruled by the 9 tails with greatness. Umi reddened. So, you're like a queen then? Naruto became slightly icy. He heard the stifling laughter of his 3 companions. Yes. Something along those lines. Kira smiled broadly at the woman. More in line with the goddess. Highness is our god's, wife. Masara gave a nod. Yeah. Naruto gave them a scowl. I'm the crowned ruler of Shadow Realm. Later on, he was going to get them for this. They appeared happy and aware of it. I guess we can go shopping then. He needed to buy clothes now that they had cornered him. All he was going to do was change his appearance with a henge. Now, if you did that, the 2 women might notice you and become suspicious. Mizu sprang back into action. Fantastic. We ought to get our nails and hair done as well. Umi gave her a smile. All right. It's an elegant supper. We will need to dress nicely. I may choose to buy something if I see something adorable, but I brought something. The brunette gave a nod. Yes. I intended to purchase something during my visit. I need new shoes in addition to the amount I brought. How bad could it be? As they all departed the room together, Naruto asked himself. The young blonde had somewhat large eyes. On either side of him was a pile of dresses and 2 women changing into and out of nothing but panties. They walked around prance. Wise before the mirrors. Umi waved her locks. What do you think? She had a beaded necklace around her throat and was dressed in a sleek black dress. The cut pushed her chest up and together, stopping just above her cleavage. Masara nodded, cocking her head. It would look better if there was a slit on the side. Kira concurred. All right. It appears difficult to navigate around in. Naruto stood there wearing a well-fitting blue dress. She looked a little confused and had wide eyes. Kurama nudged him. "What do you think, Highness?" "Looks good." A little half-heartedly, he muttered. He tried not to notice that his aunt had pulled it off and was once more going through the dresses in her panties, but he wasn't really paying much attention. He fixed his gaze on Mizu. She was not his relative. Their matching garter belts, thigh-high pantyhose, slim cut push-up bras, and lacy, tiny underwear didn't do anything to help. Mizu cast a scowl at the blonde. "As you are aware, blue is not, in my opinion, your color." Glad of the diversion, Naruto glanced in the mirror and looked down at herself. "I'm not sure. I have never really dressed formally before." The brunette appeared taken aback. "What? You do realize that you're royalty?" Kurama shrugged a little. "We're not a very formal culture." The redhead, wearing a red dress with a slit up to her hip, was examining herself in the mirror. "Hey. Think there's too much red?" After glancing at her, Kira nodded. "A bit." She scowled at the brown dress she was trying on. The kitsune with violet hair executed the look with ease. Masara had already made up her mind on a single piece, blue-green dress that flaunted her cleavage and hung off her curves. She inclined closer to Naruto. "It's not so bad, Highness?" The blonde sighed slightly. "Well, I guess I can't say I've not done worse." After removing the blue dress, he glanced at a few of the others. The brunette gave him the dress she had tried on. "Hey. Red would probably work." Naruto picked it up and examined it. There didn't seem to be much fabric on it, even though it would reach his ankles in its entirety. It was almost as if Kira and Masara forced him into it. In a brief moment, she discovered herself staring at herself in the mirror with a hint of fear. "It's too hot." Her chest was thrust up and out, exposing a good portion of her bust line and a clear view down her chest. She was a hottie. Her legs were also prominently displayed by the slit that extended to her hip. It appeared as though it were simply dangling from her breasts. Mizu took a peek. "Are you serious? I would be concerned about feeling a little cold." Naruto turned to face her. "Not at all. It's just too seductive. All the guys I've met so far have made advances towards me. This won't help, in my opinion." Umi chuckled a little. "You do look good in it, I must say. Incredibly seductive." She smiled mischievously at the blonde. "It's annoying to get hit on, but if you look really good, it's easier to get what you want from them." Kira grinned. "She's got a point." Kurama gave a nod. "Yes. Going nude would be the only thing better. However, I don't think that would be courteous." The kitsune with green hair gave a nod. "Yes. It's unfortunate that they are so narrow-minded." Mizu turned to face them. "What? How do you mean?" Kira gave her a look. "Shadow Realm is pretty much clothing optional." Rolling his eyes, Naruto said. "Determinative? I understand that it's advised that you forego it." The girl with violet hair gave a nod. "Yes. Almost entirely. I prefer this one." Her hands were running down the side of a tight-fitting silver dress. Kurama had discovered a white one that was essentially made of two pieces of fabric. A belt around her waist, one in front, and another on the back. After 2 hours, with her hair a little disheveled, Naruto strolled through Kumogakure's shopping center accompanied by her 3 guards, who were each holding multiple boxes and bags. Each of his 2 new pals owned a few boxes and bags. He didn't really mind because he had paid for everyone. Masara had visited the neighborhood fox den and obtained sufficient funds to more than cover it. All of Tama, including the 3 kitsuneya, had received clothing. He wore a wide-brimmed straw hat with a large orange bow on the back, and a white sundress with a large orange ribbon around his waist. It fell to just above his knees, leaving his lower body feeling extremely light-headed. The 2 women happily conversed, clearly pleased. Though he was generally silent, Naruto answered when someone spoke. He was relieved that it was over, but it wasn't all that horrible once he got used to it. Umi caught the brunette's eye. "Now we need shoes." The blonde's eyebrow arched and her eyes widened slightly at that. Yeah. Both of the male kitsune were entertained, though Kira appeared to be having a little more fun than Masara and Korum. Masara gave the youthful blonde a shoulder shake. Sorry, Highness. Kurama gave a nod of agreement. Yes. They're right, but this is the worst part. We'll need shoes that go with our clothes. Kira was leading Naruto through the store while holding her by the hands. Remember, heel before toe. Alright. Umi and Mizu observed while Naruto received instruction on how to use high heels. The woman with aqua hair sighed slightly. She's never had to wear high heels before? Masara gave a nod. No justification. Up until recently, Shadow Realm had few interactions with the outside world. The brunette gave a slight scowl. Man, lucky her. She took a few steps toward them, stood up in a pair of her own, and steadied them from the back and sides. Naruto was getting around rather nicely. She was trembling a little bit and stumbled occasionally, but he was starting to catch on. I don't believe I'm doing this. He was talking quietly to Kira, out of sight of the others. The girl with violet hair grinned. All right. You came up with the disguise. You must be aware of these things if you plan to use it in this manner. The blonde gave a slight frown. I hate these shoes. My rear legs are all tense, and my butt is raised high. Not to mention that I feel foolish taking these little steps and my toes are all tucked in together. It's also causing my chest to bob. His instructor gave a nod. That's what they're expected to do, though. Their purpose is to enhance the appearance of your legs and butt, not to provide comfort. It appeared as though he accepted it. I'll make up with you guys for this later. Without the three of you, I could have managed to escape this situation. She nodded and grinned at him. Make it a good one, then. I apologize, but you can't keep avoiding things like this. Remember that you're supposed to be diplomatic? He nodded and sighed slightly. Yes. I understand. An additional hour later. They all had several more boxes, as Umi noticed when she peered over her shoulder. I hate to leave so early, but we need to get our hair and nails done before dinner. Mizu appeared to concur. Yes. Yes, I am aware. There are just roughly 4 hours remaining. Naruto's situation had not improved from before. Even though they were shorter than the ones he had purchased for the occasion, he was still wearing heels. The ones he was using later were 3 inches, while the ones he was wearing were 1.5 inches. They entered the fox den through the rear entrance. Everyone knew, deep down, not to admit they knew him. They were greeted by a 20-something kitsune with white highlights in her hair. Hi there. Greetings from the den. How may we assist you? The woman with aqua hair assumed control. This evening, we're all going to a formal dinner. We must have our nails and hair done. Kurama gave the greeter a smile. Nope. We'll all accept the full course of action. She placed a large sack of change on the countertop. The 2 females appeared taken aback. Mizu looked thoughtful. Are you certain? I mean, you were really kind to do all of this for me. I'm grateful. Umi gave a nod as well. Indeed. Once again, thank you. I was not prepared for this. Though I'm not sure we have enough time. It's almost 4, and we have to be there at 8. The counter's kitsune girl grinned. Plenty of time. Masara gave a nod. Yes. I scheduled a meeting in advance. There's not even a wait. Both Umi and Mizu smirked and said, thank you. With a tiny sigh, Naruto nodded. Yes. Not likely to be an issue. Naruto was at ease. They had all received massages, and as they relaxed, they sat under hair dryers with their hair styled in curlers and multiple girls massaging their hands and feet. The group's faces were covered in purifying masks. It wasn't too bad right now, he had to admit. The heat and the strange sensation of the curlers on his scalp caused some discomfort in his head. Overall though, as the kitsune worked and spoilt the group, it was enjoyable and unwinding. Umi sighed. This is fantastic. Once again, thank you. Mizu laughed. Yes. I've never before received a full spa treatment. It was incredible. They had wrapped their bodies in seaweed and received a massage. Two girls worked on each of their hands and feet while they reclined in their bathrobes under the hairdryers, cucumber slices covering their eyes. In spite of himself, Naruto grinned. Yes. Isn't that quite soothing? Mizu sighed in satisfaction. I think I'm in heaven. It wasn't too bad, and although he didn't feel totally at ease in his circumstances, wearing disguises and using deceit was a necessary aspect of being a spy. Though he wasn't exactly spying at the moment, that gave him some comfort. He would eventually come to the realization that in order to maintain a human face while concealing his true identity, he would occasionally have to put up with this kind of thing. Naruto looked about at the large banquet hall. He was with Umi and Mizu at the entrance to the hall. A long table with place settings for everyone was set up along the back wall, with an open area in the middle where the delegates were mingling. There were about 20 groups. Most of the diplomats had not come alone and had a small entourage of 2 or 3 people with them. Not all of them, Umi and Mizu had come alone, and a few others were just on their own. Captain Azum was nearby and smiled at the group. He was wearing a much more formal uniform with medals pinned to his chest and smiled at them as they entered. Mizu blushed and lowered her head at the sight of him. Oh. Azum is very handsome. Umi frowned at that. I suppose he doesn't look bad. He's still a pervert though. Naruto nodded. So, you like that guy? He seems all right. The brunette flushed a bit more. Not really. He's just a friend. The blonde nodded. He was wearing a sleek red dress and had his long hair done up behind his head, with 2 small curls down to his shoulders by each of his ears. He was also wearing a pair of large red ball earrings and a necklace with a few large rubies that the kitsune had given him to wear. They had given him a bit of jewelry and insisted that he wear it, all of it encrusted in large rubies and diamonds. A thick bracelet and a couple of rings adorned his fingers. She was also wearing a small tiara with rubies in it as well over her forehead, with the 3 claw marks etched into a large ruby at the center. His 3 guards were all dressed nicely as well, with their own hair done up. Masara's green hair was short, so she didn't really do anything with it. Kira had her red hair done up on top of her head in curls, and Kira had her ponytail in a fancy braid. Umi leaned in to her shoulder. Hey. You look really good. Naruto flushed a little. We all look good. The aqua-haired woman chuckled. You'll be fine. Come on, I'll introduce you to some of the others. The Raikage was standing next to a man in fine robes with pink hair and a fan with a cloud on it in front of his face near the front of the room. The large cage had his arms crossed over his chest and looked very intimidating. He was dressed nicely though, in a heavy coat and nice pants with expensive-looking shoes. He didn't look entirely comfortable in his attire and it was clear he'd rather be elsewhere. Umi walked up and bowed low before the man with pink hair. Daimyo, it is good to see you again. The man looked pleased. Oh. Umi, dear. It's been so long. He put out his hand to her and smiled. I must say it is good to see you again. His fan closed up and he showed his face. He had a small mustache and a beauty mark on his left cheek. His clothes were violet and pink and seemed to bring out his hair. The aqua-haired girl took his hand and kissed it. I hope you are well. Very. The events went smashingly. I dare say, I never cared much for attending myself. Such a brutal affair. He looked a bit disgusted with the idea. I've never cared much for the sight of blood, and they're always so young. It just sends shivers down my spine. He spoke with a heavy lisp and seemed to purposely raise the pitch of his tone. He also shifted his hips as he moved and eyed the blonde girl with her. Umi nodded. That's very good. You remember Mizu? The brunette bowed deeply and looked a bit flustered. Daimyo, it is good to see you again. The man nodded and poked his fan at her chest. Well, I can see you've grown a bit, dear. It's good to see you, I must say you've come along. You could barely speak to me the last time we met. I must say I am rather impressive. It's good to see you've grown more personable. It will serve you well in the future. The Raikage rolled his eyes a little and nodded at the blue-haired woman. Miss Uzumaki. Pleasant to see you again. She nodded. Yes. I hope you are not too uncomfortable. He coughed a little and turned his head away from her smirk. I'll be fine. The daimyo looked over at Naruto. Well, what have we here? A quiet one? She seems interesting though. The Raikage seemed to just notice her and furrowed his brow a little. Who? Umi introduced the blonde to the pink-haired man. Daimyo, I present the Queen of Shadow Realm. Naruto tensed up and got a little wide-eyed. Queen? Kira giggled behind her hand and leaned in. Well, if you want to get technical, you are wearing a dress right now, Highness. Masara and Kurama were both doing their best to not laugh. Naruto got a bit dead-eyed and frowned at his violet-haired companion. He didn't argue though. The daimyo had frozen in place. Shish. Shadow Realm? He stiffened up a little. I thought the Queen of Shadow Realm was. Naruto nodded. I am married to the nine-tailed Biju. The Raikage seemed to relax. Should have realized. He muttered under his breath. Most kitsune took the form of an attractive young woman when they took a human form. Kurama smiled and bowed. You know a lot about us, daimyo. A young ninja woman stepped up from nearby. She was wearing a gown, and had a necklace with the Kumogakure symbol on it. Her blonde hair was tied back into a braid and she looked quite serious. Well, there are two Biju here in Kumo. They both know of the Kyuubi. How is Tamamo? Naruto didn't hesitate. Getting along with the Jinchuriki if you can believe it. I'd say he's done her some good. Kurama nodded. Yeah. He's a bit thick-headed though. Kira giggled. Yes, very stubborn. Masara agreed. Right. He likes pranks and doesn't mind feeding her. Naruto was annoyed, but managed to keep a straight face. Yugito uncrossed her arms and her jaw dropped a little. Apparently that's very funny. The daimyo arched his eyebrow. This is Yugito, one of our Junin. The kunoichi nodded her head. It's an honor. Bro, you should have said there'd be music. I could have done DJ for you, it would have been superfly. The collective group turned towards where the Raikage was standing. The man had his arms crossed and frowned at Karabi, the ninja who had rapped before the exams. The Cage glared at his brother and looked away. It's formal, it wouldn't have been appropriate. We hired an orchestra, this isn't a keg party. Naruto grinned at the daimyo. Quite a colorful group. Bet they're a handful. The man smiled at her. You have no idea. She put her hand on her hips. I'm the ruler of the kitsune. The daimyo seemed to consider that for a moment. Oh. Well, it's nice to meet someone who understands. Karabi grinned as he seemed to notice them. Hey. Daimyo. He put up his hand and walked up. I see you've got all the pretty ladies to yourself again. You shouldn't be so greedy. The pink-haired man giggled girlishly and flushed. Oh. Karabi, you shouldn't be so informal. He didn't seem to mind much. I suppose I should introduce you. You know Representatives Umi and Mizu, don't you? It was obvious he didn't know them well, but he nodded and tried to look serious and cool. He pulled it off to some extent, but the Raikage took away some of the effect just by being near him and above paying attention at all. Hey. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. The daimyo cut off any response. This is the Queen of Shadow Realm. He indicated Naruto and seemed to pause. Forgive me, what did you say your name was? It seems to have slipped my mind already. The blonde girl looked at the hulking Kumo ninja and then towards the pink-haired daimyo. I don't have one. Karabi arched his eyebrow. No name? The blonde girl shook her head. No. My people don't really use them. We tell each other apart by our scent. The large ninja paused and cocked his head. Huh? Wait? Nine Tails? He glanced over at Yugito, and seemed to relax a little as he noticed she was not alarmed. I'm confused. You're who? The blonde girl shook her head. I'm married to the Kyuubi. I'm not a Jinchuriki, or a Biju. Karabi cocked his head and nodded. Hachibi don't know you. Naruto shrugged. Eight Tails, huh? Tamamo never talks about the other Biju. I never really cared to ask. It's nice meeting you, I guess. Umi and Mizu were both looking a bit lost. The brunette frowned. Isn't Tamamo a girl's name? The blue-haired girl nodded. Yeah. I guess, maybe they're both girls? She didn't sound too sure of that. Mizu seemed even more confused. But, didn't she say she was married to? Kira was listening in and standing with them. We told you we're kitsune already. The brunette girl cocked her head. Yeah, but... You let girls marry. Girls? Masara shrugged. We don't care. Only humans get bothered by stuff like that. Kurama nodded. Yeah. As long as they're happy, who cares? It's none of our business. We like girls too, you know. Kira nodded. Yeah. I prefer guys myself, but girls are lots of fun too. The daimyo had tears in his eyes and his fist was clenched. How progressive. Umi nodded. Yeah. I have to admit. She couldn't quite finish the statement and looked towards the trio of kitsune. Girls. Can really marry other girls where you're from? Kurama shrugged. Masara looked very pleased and nodded. Kira cocked her head. Why wouldn't they not be able to? The two women flushed and the pink-haired daimyo closed his eyes. Yes. It makes perfect sense. Azum walked up with a drink in his hand. Hey. What's up? He felt a hand on his rear and his eyes drooped a little. Oh. Daimyo, I didn't see you there. Why, Captain Azum, it's good to see you. He gave the man a wink from behind his fan. You look very handsome. Tell me, what do you think? Is it a bit much? He spread his arms and showed off his clothes. The man stepped away a little. Very regal, sir. Naruto was chatting with Yugito and Karabi nearby. Yeah. I've spoken with her recently. We don't see much of each other though. The large man nodded. Hachibi says that it's good to hear she is well. He seems surprised though. She never seemed like the marrying type. Yugito seemed to agree. She's got quite a temper from what I've heard. Naruto cocked her head. I guess. It's not so bad once you get past it. I didn't get along with her very well at first. She wouldn't talk to me, but I guess I sort of won her over. He wasn't being completely dishonest about it. Yugito nodded. You bear her mark, her scent. I'd have trouble believing you otherwise. Nibi seems confused and surprised. In a good way, I mean. She's almost as bad-tempered as Ichibi according to him. Naruto seemed a little embarrassed. I guess I can see what you mean. We get along all right. I've not really seen her in a while. Karabi looked sympathetic. It must be difficult. You being all alone. The blonde shook his head. It's not so bad. She's not gone or anything. I've got my people, and I'm pretty busy taking care of our son. Both of the Jinchuriki seemed to stop and stare at her. Yugito spoke up first. Son? Naruto nodded. Yes. That's right. He's still very young. Karabi gave a snort. That explains a lot. Yugito agreed. Yes. I guess she calmed more than I thought. Amazing. Umi appeared and pulled on her arm. Hey. I hope I'm not interrupting, but there's some more people who would like to meet you. The young queen looked at her and gave a small polite bow to the two ninja. It was nice meeting you. I hope we can speak again sometime. Yugito and Karabi both returned the gesture and seemed pleasant. You as well. Replied the woman. She turned towards Karabi after the blonde had left. What do you think? He shrugged. Why not? She seems honest. The blonde woman smirked. I don't think that's a she, but yeah. Nibi says he can sense her mark on whoever that is. Karabi seemed pretty relaxed about it. Well, I guess someone had to look after Shadow Realm after she was gone. They don't interact with us much. Yugito nodded. Why now though? What brought her out here? What's their interest in humans now? The Raikage spoke up. He'd been listening in. Orochimaru. Both of the Jinchuriki looked at him. Huh? Muttered his brother. Orochimaru has made an enemy of the Kitsune. He has threatened the Kyuubi's offspring. He narrowed his eyes towards where the young Whirlpool representative had pulled her off to. I'm not sure why. Kurabi didn't seem interested in thinking about it. What difference does it make? Yugito frowned at him. Why would he though? Their cage closed his eyes. I'm not sure. It doesn't make a lot of sense. He attacked Konohagakure, and I've heard reports that the Kitsune aided them. The blonde woman glanced towards the blonde. She was being introduced to the delegates and was getting hit on a lot. That doesn't make much sense. The Kyuubi was the enemy of Konohagakure. She tried to destroy it and attacked them. That's how they ended up with their Jinchuriki. You'd think the Kitsune would be upset. Without thinking much about it, Kurabi spoke up. Maybe they were protecting the Jinchuriki? He's got the Kyuubi inside of him after all. Both of his two companions looked over at him. Yugito put her hand up under her chin. That makes sense actually. They were protecting their own interests. It would have really upset Orochimaru if they got in the way. Perhaps. The Raikage nodded. We should be cautious. It seems as though the Kitsune may be allies with Konoha. Yugito nodded. Yes. What should we do? The cage shook his head. Keep an eye on her while she is here. I see no need to do otherwise. While I suspect they may have ties with Konoha, they may also not be very close. I have reason to believe that they may just be using each other to face a common enemy in Orochimaru. The Kitsune are great in number, but not very powerful. It is said that the origin of many genjutsu may lie with their kind. Kurabi nodded. So, we cool then? The Raikage nodded. For now. They may prove useful. Yugito tossed her ponytail. She seemed nice enough. Not very experienced as a diplomat though. The Raikage nodded. Yes. I'm planning on seeing if I might make use of this, ruler of Shadow Realm. He reached into his shirt and produced 5 photos. I got an interesting offer. I'm thinking of taking them up on it. She may be able to provide interesting intelligence opportunities in the future. The woman glanced at the photos and looked disgusted. What? Men. Kurabi grinned. Hey, impressive. Is that the Hokage? He whistled and scratched the side of his head. Hey, make me a couple of copies, bro? Yugito fumed a little. What? You pervert. What's the big deal? Raikage nodded towards the blonde. I doubt their relation with Konohagakure is very close. I got these from the queen there. It seems there may still be a bit of a grudge with them, but the situation with Orochimaru has made them overlook it for the time being. The blonde woman crossed her arms. What's so impressive about some dirty pictures? The Raikage pointed at the background. These were taken in Konohagakure. The view of the mountain shown here could only have been taken from the Hokage's residence. I've seen it before, though it has been many years. I was assigned as a guard for the former Hokage and stayed there with him during a diplomatic mission before relations became strained after the incident with the Hyuga. I am certain that these were taken in the Hokage's private bath. The faces on the mountain were overlooking the scene in the background. I admit she is attractive, but that fact is what interested me most about these photos. Yugito gasped and uncrossed her arms. What? Kurabi seemed to get the implication. Spies then? The Raikage gave a serious nod. Skilled spies. It may be in our interest to cultivate good relations with them for now. We'll see how that goes, and what we can learn. We'll have to be cautious, as I said, they may have allied themselves with Konohagakure. They are not to be trusted. However, I do not think they would mind being mercenaries. I expect Tsuchikage may also take advantage of this. Whatever their ties to Konohagakure are, we should expect her loyalty to lie with Shadow Realm above all. I have already requested a job on their behalf, to test their usefulness and see if this is not an isolated incident or just dumb luck. If she comes through, we will be hiring their services for intelligence gathering purposes in the future. Yugito gave a serious nod. Be careful. We could get burned. The Raikage nodded. I am aware of that, but this is a case where the possible rewards may outweigh the risks. The dinner had ended and the guests were mingling about the center of the room. Naruto had a glass of wine in her hand and was talking with some of the delegates with Umi and Mizu at her side. The daimyo was a bit drunk, and was chasing about after Azum. The captain was skilled at dodging and was avoiding being within his line of sight. As it was, he was with Naruto and Umi, far enough from Mizu to not upset the blue-haired woman while the daimyo was distracted with chatting with a few other delegates. The young blonde had been hit on by just about every man there. He'd never had so many lips on his hand before, and he was planning on scrubbing it until it was raw as soon as he could. He'd met a few of the other representatives from other countries he'd not gotten the chance to speak to before the event. They all seemed friendly enough, and most of them had made at least a passing attempt to get into his pants. He glanced into a nearby mirror and the wine had helped his mood a little. He wasn't drunk, but he was feeling its effects a little. I guess I can't blame them. I am rather hot. She was laughing and making small talk with a group of women who had gathered at the back of the room. Mizu seemed cheerful and bantered with them. Huh? I suppose he's cute. Most of the women in the group had come with one of the representatives as a date. They were boasting about who they'd come with, how rich he was, and how handsome their respective dates were if the men were young enough. Umi was annoyed with the general tone of the conversation, but seemed to put up with it. Naruto was largely ignoring it. His three companions were making cheerful small talk and seemed to fit in. They spoke in positive terms, and uttered, "I'm so jealous," or, "Yes. He's very impressive, quite a bit." She blinked as she realized that she was being spoken to. Huh? Who are you here with, dear? We've all been talking about our dates, but you've been rather quiet. It was a woman in her mid-20s in a very slim-cut dress who seemed to think a lot of her looks. Most of the women were like that, but she seemed to have taken charge of the conversation. She was there with Irada as his date for the evening. I'm not here with anyone. She shrugged and took a sip of her wine. A brunette woman with wavy hair rolled her eyes. That explains why you're so dressed up. Looking for a man? The blonde shook her head. No. I'm married. Umi growled a little. She's here as a representative like me and Mizu. The group of girls gave a collective cackle. The raven-haired woman put her hand over her mouth. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Naruto was getting annoyed. What? Why? Umi turned her eyes away. They're all leeches. None of them has ever done a day of work in their lives. A young woman with olive-colored hair raised her nose up. If you're pretty enough, you don't have to. Not that you'd know anything about that. Naruto shrugged. She's better looking than you are. That got the girl riled up. What? That old hag has nothing on me. Mizu glared at her and balled up her fists. Umi is not an old hag. You spoiled brat. Naruto and Umi grabbed her arms and pulled her back. She calmed and looked a bit miffed. Oh. It's Kai. One of the girls with them spoke up as Mofune passed nearby with his guard. The man glanced at the group and met eyes with Naruto for a moment. The raven-haired girl smirked. I wouldn't mind spending a night with him. Her wavy-haired companion nodded. You said it. What a babe. Another girl with dark skin and pink hair and a small diamond sparkling in her nose nodded. Too bad you'd have to put up with that grabby old man getting in the way. He'd never let any of us get any time alone with him. A blonde girl with the same skin tone gave a chuckle. Yeah. He'd be so busy trying to nose his way and he'd ruin any chance you had. Naruto shrugged. A guy like that wouldn't be interested in a lazy woman anyway. The raven-haired woman seemed annoyed. What? He'd be honored to spend time with me. He kissed my hand when Irada introduced us. Umi growled. He did the same thing to all of us. What difference does it make? He's not that hot. Mizu blushed. Yes, he is. Naruto shrugged. I guess. No way he'd be interested in any of you though. A guy like that needs a girl who is active and can take care of herself. The wavy-haired brunette glowered at her. What would you know? The blonde just looked at her. He's a ninja. He'd be gone all the time, and he's not the type to sit still or spend all his time fawning over some spoiled woman. The pink-haired woman nodded. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't want to keep him. He's cute, but poor. Just one night would be enough for me. The raven-haired woman chuckled as she tossed her hair. You said it. You sure seem naive. Honestly, as if one of us would marry such a poor man. Besides, it's better if he's not there all the time. Plenty of time to mess around behind his back. Most of the women there seemed agreeable to that. The brunette woman frowned at Naruto. What would you know of it? The blonde girl cocked her head. I suppose I wouldn't. The raven-haired woman looked quite haughty and lifted her nose. I suppose not. You wouldn't know a thing about the better things in life. Irata takes good care of me, and I've got him totally under my thumb. Your two little friends are from Whirlpool Country and Wave Country. Everyone knows how poor they are. I bet they don't even own their own homes. They're probably living in some rat-infested hotel by themselves. Mizu looked a bit upset. It was accurate enough to stab at her. She looked at the ground and said nothing. Umi balled up her fist and looked away while growling, as it also hit pretty close to home in her case. Naruto smirked and crossed her arms. Irata's been hitting on me since he met me. That loser. The raven-haired girl rolled her eyes. As if you could take him from me. I'm the daughter of Mikado and Zawa of River Country. A very rich and powerful man. I've lived like a princess my whole life, and he's not going to give me up for some poor little salary worker in too much costume jewelry at some ambassador's office in a little shithole nowhere country. Don't delude yourself. Naruto's eyes gleamed with a dark glare. I suppose he wouldn't. However, he just might for the Queen of Shadow Realm, wearing very real jewels, with more income in a day than the entire Enzawa Shipping Corporation makes in a month of operations. The raven-haired girl gasped and almost dropped her glass of wine. A slender hand caught it before it fell very far from her grip. She was frozen and had her eyes wide as she realized that there was something very sharp poking at her throat, and the women were all backing away. Naruto stepped forward and put her hand up. Kira, let her go. The violet-haired girl pulled the kunai away from the woman's throat. Kurama and Masara were flanking her, and keeping the rather stunned group away. Yes, Highness. Naruto shook her head. We're supposed to be making friends. Try to keep your temper. She didn't look much like she was fussing at the violet-haired kitsune. She looked the raven-haired woman up and down as she handed back her glass of wine. As for you, I'd be more careful about who I go waging my tongue at. Otherwise, I might remove it myself. I assure you, I'm quite capable. She took a quote from Mofun as she turned away. You're lucky we're the guests of Kumo. I'd have taken it already if we were in my home. Kira gave her a dark glare as she passed by. Watch your mouth. Otherwise you might not stay so pretty. How much do you think you'd interest Irota then? She took a step back and lowered her eyes as she gripped her glass. Naruto walked back between Umi and Mizu, both of whom looked quite impressed. Umi frowned a little and didn't sound much like she was chiding her when she said, thanks, but don't get yourself in trouble. Kai walked up to the group and the women turned pink as a collective. He looked at Naruto and gave a small smile as he bowed. I was hoping Her Highness would give me the honor of a dance? Naruto glanced over her shoulder at the wide-eyed group. Sure. Why not? She's a queen? The brunette put her hand over her mouth. No way. The pink-haired woman looked rather disturbed. I hope I didn't piss her off. The raven-haired woman downed her glass and glared at the blonde as she moved out onto the dance floor. Shut up. The band was setting up to begin playing after the dinner was over, and their dates were coming to collect them. Umi was glaring at the blonde man. What? What is he doing? Mizu grinned at her. Teasing them, of course. He's a babe. I wouldn't mind a dance with him myself. Irata, who had vacated as soon as the conversation had started to turn hostile without a word, appeared again. Would you settle for me then? I don't have a date myself. Umi was too focused on being annoyed with Kai to notice. Ooh. Hands off. Damn it. Don't put your hand. Kurama, Masara, and Kira were all standing around her looking pleased. Masara puffed her chest out. Hey, she's getting the hang of it. Kurama smiled at Kira. Good idea, kid. The violet-haired girl nodded. I wouldn't have minded if Highness wanted me to cut her throat. That brat was annoying. Masara narrowed his eyes. Wait. You were bluffing, right? I mean, you knew Highness would tell you to back off, right? The youngest Kitsune shrugged. I figured, but that doesn't mean I would have minded. Kai was out on the dance floor with Naruto. He had one of her hands held out and his arm around her waist. You've not had much experience dancing? She looked at him. Not like this. He nodded. Sorry, I noticed you watching the others. You should pay attention to your partner though. I'll guide you through it. He seemed amused with her. She flushed a bit. Thanks. I think I've got the hang of it though. He spun her around and twirled her back into his arms. She was a little surprised, but went with it. He was smiling at her. So it would seem. They moved through the other dancers with ease, both of them gracefully. So, Kai is it? The man nodded. Yes. It is my duty to guard Mofune. He is the brother of T Country's daimyo. The blonde nodded, not sure what else to say. You're quite beautiful. I must say I'm impressed. He spoke softly and gently into her ear. Naruto was a bit flustered and at a complete loss. Well, thank you. Forgive me. I just didn't want Whirlpool Country to monopolize all of your time, Highness. He smiled at her as they spun through the dance floor. I had no idea Shadow Realm had ninja of such skill. She blinked in surprise. What do you mean? He chuckled and didn't lose any of his cheer. You've not made a sound walking since I've met you. Quite difficult to do on a polished floor in high heels. Though, you don't seem to notice. It's the way you move. You picked up dancing just by watching those around you, and you've adapted quite well when I've thrown something new at you. A mark of a well-trained individual. I noticed as well. She replied with a slight nod. Your fingers indicate that you're skilled with a bow. You draw with your left, and aim with your right. He arched his eyebrow. It seems you have me. He looked into her eyes. What do you want? Genjutsu isn't very effective against Kitsune, you know. She narrowed her eyes at him. She'd almost not caught it in time to draw up her chakra long enough to prevent his gaze from catching her off guard. He chuckled. To charm you. As I said, you're very attractive. I am hopeful that you'll be interested in relations with T Country. Naruto noticed the inflection of the word, relations. What do you mean? He kept his cheek close to hers and whispered into his ear. I overheard Raikage talking about you. It seems you're offering services in the information market. T Country would like to take advantage of what appears to be quite a skillful ring of spies. The Hokage, in her own bath? Impressive indeed. Naruto's eyes drooped a bit. It was, wasn't it? He smirked a bit despite himself. The truth of the matter was, he'd set it all up. One of the Kitsune had posed as Tsunade in the Hokage's private bath while she was elsewhere for the shots. Skilled as he was, the sound of a camera shutter was a bit much to risk with her so close by. I'm listening. He pulled back and smiled at her. Not here. There are too many ears. The blonde queen nodded. Well, I guess we should meet later then. You should know, I'm being watched. Do you really think I don't know that you can easily slip away? He chuckled. Meet me later, I'll give you the key to my room. Forgive me if I seem forward. The blonde flushed as she felt something slide into her bra. It was cold and metal, but she stayed relaxed. All right. I'm willing to listen, but I won't promise more. I've got other obligations at the moment. The man looked at her with his deep blue eyes. Yes. I'm aware you have a temporary alliance with Konohagakure because of a situation regarding Orochimaru. I believe it was something along those lines. It should present no issues with that situation. The song ended, and the dancers paused to clap for the orchestra. Her dance partner put his hand around her waist, and before she could react, he kissed her full on the lips. For a moment the blonde felt his lips part and his gag reflex almost went off immediately as he felt something rub on his teeth. Kai pulled away and whispered into her ear. For appearance's sake. It should be easy for you to slip into my room after that. Midnight, in the East Wing, their room number is on the key. Though, if you are interested in more, I would be willing. He smiled at her, kissed her on the cheek, and turned away. Naruto was frozen and wide-eyed. He shook his head and at first quickly, but then slowly moved towards the edge of the dance floor. He passed by Mizu and Azum as they were both locked into a kiss. His hands were on her rear. He seemed to realize that he could still feel where Kai had grabbed his. Mizu's hand reached out and grabbed his arm as he attempted to slip by as she broke the kiss and smiled at Azum. He was smiling back and turned away after giving her a small bow. "Thank you for the dance." She flushed, holding Naruto's arm. "Yes. It was nice." She turned away, pulling the blonde girl with him. Naruto had the presence of mind to realize the other women in the room were giving him jealous glares. She led her away from the bar area over to a corner. The blonde girl seemed annoyed, but did her best to not show it to Mizu. He liked the girl. She was a bit bubble-headed, but very sweet, and she'd been a good friend. "Wow. That was great." The blonde flushed. "I need a drink." Alcohol would kill the taste in her mouth, and get rid of germs from the stupid jerk's tongue. Mizu smiled. "Yeah. Me too." "I'm so flustered." Naruto nodded. "You could say that." She leaned into him and elbowed his belly. "I saw him slip you the key to his room. You lucky girl, you." The queen's eyes narrowed a bit. "Yeah. Well, I haven't decided yet." She didn't want to go through with it after the jerk kissed her, and felt like she was going to throw up. She couldn't blame him though, she was the one posing as a hot blonde girl after all. Mizu flushed. "Look, both of us is getting laid tonight. I need your help though." She shifted her gaze towards where Umi had been when they left. Naruto blinked. "Huh?" The brunette gave a heavy sigh. "Umi is a great friend, and I love her to death." She sighed again. "She's also a huge cockblock. I need you to distract her later so I can get away. I've been trying to get Azum alone for months now. I want to fuck him really bad. She keeps getting in the way. I know she means well, but I need to get laid." The blonde nodded. "Well, I'm supposed to meet him later." The brunette nodded. "I can read lips. Sorry, I wasn't trying to pry or anything. You don't have to meet him until midnight. We're supposed to go to the hot springs after this together. If I told her I was too tired and wanted to go back to my room and it was just the two of us, she wouldn't go." Naruto seemed to catch on. "But if I go?" Mizu nodded. "Right. Keep her distracted, would you?" She looked more serious than Naruto had seen her yet. "Look. I swing both ways. I'll sleep with you later if you'd like. I noticed you looking while we were shopping. I really need a guy though, and Umi gets jealous." The blonde blinked in surprise. "She's your girlfriend or something?" The brunette flushed. "Well, no. We just sort of keep each other company when we meet at this sort of thing. If you catch my drift. I can get laid at home, but I really like Azum. I don't see him outside of things like this, and I'm horny." "Oh. Well, I was planning on heading for the hot springs after this anyway." The blonde nodded. "I'll make sure she comes along." He wanted to kill the germs on his hand, and getting kissed by a man hadn't helped him feel any less dirty. Mizu jumped and squealed as she hugged him. "You're the best. I'm so glad I met you. I'm sure we'll become good friends." She released her. "Hey. I want to talk with you later too. I wasn't trying to pry, but I sort of caught the gist of that thing about spying. Wave Country would be interested as well. Don't let the big five overlords get you to themselves, all right? They've got enough spies as it is. Help us little countries out too." Naruto slumped down a little. "Weren't trying to pry?" The brunette chuckled. "Well, maybe a little. Welcome to diplomacy." The blonde smirked at her. "Well, I'm gonna remember you can do that later." His companion took him by the arm. "Great. Come on. I need a drink. Don't say anything to Umi, alright? She'll get upset. We can have girl talk and you can tell me about Kai, and I'll tell you about Azum. Okay?" Naruto wasn't so sure that he liked the sound of that, but nodded anyway. He was starting to think of her as a friend. They moved over to where Umi was still standing. She was with Kurama, Masara, and Kira. She lit up as she noticed the two girls. Hey. There you are. How did it go? Her face fell a little as she asked, and she crossed her arms and looked away. Naruto smiled at her. I annoyed every woman in the building at once. It was kind of fun. Kurama rolled his eyes. The blue-haired woman was a little drunk. She had a shot of something strong in her hand and downed it before putting on the tray of a server who was passing by. She walked over with a slight stagger in her step. She looked at Naruto. Your friends are nice. The blonde glanced at the three innocent-looking kitsune. What have you three been up to? Besides getting her drunk? Kira glanced at him with a subdued smile. She did that on her own. We were just keeping her company. Yeah. Don't worry, Highness. Masara looked a bit too pleased. Kurama tried to look like she wasn't paying attention. Nothing much of interest really. We just had a few drinks while we were waiting on you two. Naruto downed a shot after taking two from a tray and gasped. Great. He felt better as soon as his chest was warmed. As if he'd finally killed the slight vomit taste in his mouth. The sourness on his tongue was gone, and replaced with a warm sweetness. He downed the other and sat down. Mizu sat down and took 4 shots of something clear in a row. She seemed to relax, and the group sat around making small talk for about an hour. Umi sank into the pool of hot water and gave a relaxed-sounding sigh as she settled. There was a towel on her head and she wasn't wearing anything else. Ah. This is great. She flushed a bit and poured a cup of sake into a small floating table. You want some? Naruto was blushing and doing his best not to look at her. Her hair was also in a towel, and she was already in the water when Umi arrived. No thanks. I've had enough to drink for now. She'd done a few more shots with Mizu at the party. The brunette had pretended to be more drunk than she really was and had bowed out after they left. Umi had said something about not wanting to leave her alone, but Naruto had sent the Masara and Kurama to help her back to her room. Kira skipped out of the changing room and lowered herself into the water. Naruto turned her eyes towards her, glad to have something else to look at besides his naked aunt. Hey. She chirped. Umi put her arm around the blonde girl's shoulders and held a small cup out to her. Come on. Don't give up on me now. It's not a hot spring without some warm sake to go with the soak. Naruto relented. All right, but only a little. I don't want to throw up in the water later. He took the cup and sipped at it. The moon was overhead and half full, and the stars were shining brightly down on them. The spring was outside, and a large wooden fence surrounded it. There was a small wooden building behind them with a few showers, a couple of stools next to faucets for washing, and a changing area. Umi chuckled at that. Lightweight. Kira was grinning and keeping quiet nearby with her own flask on another of the small floating tables. Naruto relaxed completely and let her chin go under the water to blow a few bubbles as he soaked. The blue-haired woman leaned into her. So tell me a bit about yourself. The blonde sat up and looked up at the sky. Not much to tell. I like ramen and plum wine, and I'm the ruler of the biggest group of perverts in the world. Umi smiled and shook her shoulder. What about your family? What are they like? Well, He paused. He was so used to answering that he didn't really have any family that he'd almost not caught it. He glanced over at Kira and smiled at her. She cocked her head and seemed confused. It wasn't really true. I've got lots of family. There's my son, he's very young, but he means the world to me. Then there's Kurama, Masara, and Kira. They're nothing but trouble, but I don't think I'd get by without them. He thought of Sasuke and Sakura, even Ino for a moment, but didn't say anything about them. I don't really have any surviving direct family, but I've got the kitsune, and my friends. The violet-haired girl flushed and gave him a big grin before looking up at the sky and relaxing a bit more. Umi nodded and seemed to notice. You're pretty close with those 3 guards of yours? The blonde girl nodded. They all live with me, awful perverts too. I guess, people just grow on you after a while. I barely remember what it was like before them. She looked at the blue-haired woman. What about you? What's your family like? She furrowed her brow a little. Well, there's my father, the old coot. He's a handful. Always telling me I should get married, and how the family line depends on me. Mom died when we were young, and I guess you know what happened to my sister. I've got a younger brother too, but he's a useless idiot. Other than that, not much to tell. Naruto nodded. He had a surviving grandparent, and an uncle as well, it seemed. He took another sip on his drink and put it down. He then looked down and realized that Umi's hand was cupping her breast. The woman was leaning on her shoulder and put her head down. Oh. This is nice. The young blonde tensed up as she felt a hand on her thigh. Umi kissed her neck. You're pretty. The boy had no idea what to do. Well, thank you, The hand under the water brushed against her nipple and the one on her thigh started moving up her leg. Hey. Slow down. I'm not, well. The blue-haired woman lifted her head up. I'm sorry. Is this bothering you? Naruto glanced at her with wide eyes. Well. He didn't want to snap at her. Look. It's not that I don't like you or anything. I just. The woman kissed her and smirked. What's the problem then? Kira was looking on with her hands under her chin in fascination while taking sips off her drink. Naruto lifted her hand out of the water and showed the black ring on her left finger. I'm married to a nine-tailed demon with a record of demolishing whole villages. Umi sat back and considered that. Well, if you don't tell I won't. Kira giggled a little. Not a word from me. The blonde narrowed her eyes at the girl. Thanks. The blue-haired woman started towards her again. It's settled then. I'm just looking for a good time. Don't worry, I'm not trying to steal you away or anything. We can have fun when we meet up like this sometimes. I don't mind. Naruto shivered as she felt something brush up against her crotch. Wait. Slow down, would ya? Umi gave a small sigh. All right. She kissed her on the neck again and pulled her hand back. You don't like guys, right? I don't care for them either. The blonde was wide-eyed and had no idea what to do. He didn't want to shove her off him and upset her either. Yeah. She swallowed and looked at the blue-haired woman. Look. I really like you and all. I just came here to learn more about humans. I'm not ready for that sort of thing. You've helped me out a lot and I'm grateful and all. I'm not comfortable with that sort of thing with humans. I don't know your kind all that well. His mind congratulated him. Maybe after I get accustomed to dealing with your kind? I'm not sure yet. Kira looked away and narrowed her eyes. He was talking his way out of it pretty well. It's not that different from doing it with us. Umi frowned and moved back a bit. Much to Naruto's relief. Sorry. I didn't mean to push you. She gave a heavy sigh and frowned. I was hoping I wouldn't have to sleep alone tonight though. She started to stand up. I guess I'll go find Mizu. Naruto froze up. He was supposed to be covering for her. Wait. He glanced over at Kira. I didn't say I couldn't help with that. He looked a bit shifty-eyed. Umi blinked. Huh? You just said you weren't interested. I'm not upset or anything, I guess I don't mind just being friends. She scratched her head. I'm kind of horny though, and I've had a bit to drink. The boy nodded. Yeah. I can take care of that. Umi sat back down in the water and relaxed again. I'm listening. She narrowed her eyes. Naruto looked over at Kira. The violet-haired girl looked around and then back at the pair. She stood up and walked over to sit next to Umi, pulling the woman's arm around her. Hi. She placed the woman's hand on her chest. The older woman arched her eyebrow. Well, nothing personal, but I'm not that into violet hair, and her chest is a bit small. She looked at the girl. You're very pretty too, but... Naruto smiled at her. What do you like? What's your ideal woman? Umi took her arm off Kira and seemed to think on it. The perfect woman, huh? She frowned at the blonde. What, are you going to conjure it up? What's your angle on this anyway? The blonde gave a shrug. I like you. I'm not interested myself or anything, but you've been good to me since we met, so I want to help you out. It was an honest statement and his discomfort had abated somewhat. You're pretty and all too, but I've got other interests in you. The blue-haired woman narrowed her eyes a little. Interests? What interests? The queen smiled and cocked her head. You answer my question and I'll answer yours. Umi gave sigh and crossed her arms. The perfect woman, huh? 5'4", 110 pounds, a D. Cup, with short-cut blonde hair shoulder length. A little butch, but not too much. I like a tough girl, but I wouldn't want to be able to mistake her for a guy either. Men kind of creep me out for some reason. Naruto nodded. How's that then? She pointed to where Kira was sitting. The short-haired blonde girl stood up and bounced her chest a bit. A bit bigger than I'm used to. She shifted her arms and looked back at her rear. This isn't too much ass, is it? I can do less if you prefer. The blue-haired woman had her jaw hanging down. What the? The blonde chuckled at the reaction. She can look like anything you want. If there's anything in particular you'd like her to change, just tell her. She can look like anyone she wants. Umi was amazed. That's so cool. She stood up and looked the kitsune girl up and down. Hey, can you take a bit off the nose? Just a little. Kira pushed her nose in a bit and it stayed. Like that? Like a henge? Umi arched her eyebrow. Naruto shook his head. No. Kitsune illusions are much stronger. A henge only fools your eyes. Everything you see not only looks real, but feels real as well. Pretty cool, huh? Kira seemed pleased. Yeah. Thanks, Highness. She was a bit flustered by the praise. Umi reached out and played with one of Kira's breasts. She pulled her hand back and looked at it in awe. Wow. That's something. How did? Naruto was a large golden nine-tailed fox. I keep telling you. I'm not human, I'm a kitsune. All of my group are. We can look like anything we want. The woman gave a wide-eyed nod. She sat back down and found herself sitting next to the blonde queen, again. That's... wow. She picked up the flask and took a few heavy gulps. Her literal dream woman sat down next to her and took the bottle before pouring another cup for her. I don't mind keeping you company for tonight. Here, let me take care of that. She held the cup and tipped it into her mouth, giving her a drink. Umi was a bit blank, but relaxed a little after another sip of alcohol. Okay. I'm starting to get into this. Just go with it. She found herself looking at the girl under her arm's body. Just don't turn fuzzy on me in the middle of anything. It'd just weird me out. Kira cocked her head and smiled. Don't worry. I already know what I'm doing. You're not the first woman I've been with. Umi felt like she was going to cry. This is awesome. Naruto seemed pleased. Great. The blue-haired woman glanced back at her. What about you? I mean, won't you be on your own then? The blonde shook her head. I've got Masara and Kurama to keep me company too, you know. Besides, any kitsune will do anything I want. Trust me. I'll be just fine. She was a lot more relaxed now that she had control of the situation. Umi nodded and seemed to calm completely. If you're sure. I mean, I don't want to put anyone out. I'm sure I can get Mizu to help me out. She's always been willing before. Kira gave a small shrug and rubbed on the woman's body. Don't worry. I'm a total slut. It's no big deal. I'll enjoy it quite a bit. She bit on the woman's ear. The blue-haired woman's eyes half closed as her back arched a bit from what was going on under the water. Naruto had put a little distance between them and was looking away. What's with you anyway? The woman looked serious again. What's your interest in me? Naruto glanced over at her. Uzumaki Kushina. Umi narrowed her eyes a bit. What about her? She left home when I was young. I didn't know her that well. She sat forward and shoved Kira back gently. I thought you said you didn't know her anyway. What's your interest in my family? The blonde shook her head. I didn't know her. I know her son. Umi's eyes went a little wide. What? His name is Naruto, he lives in Konohagakure. He's one of the ninja there. He does not know he has any surviving family. The girl looked towards the woman with a serious look on her face. The blue-haired woman turned her eyes down. I see. Kira nodded. He's a great guy. I know him as well. Naruto smiled at her. He's the reason we have opened up the relations with the humans. Another thing that wasn't really a lie. Umi sat back with a smirk on her face. That's why you've been hanging out with me then? Kira sat up and took her hand. He's the reason we have grown to trust the name Uzumaki. You have been good to us, and you've helped Highness a lot. The woman looked up at the moon. I always got along with Kushina. She was a strong woman, a kunoichi. I used to look up to her, you know. She seemed wistful, but her face fell. Father never liked that she became a ninja. He was afraid of what might happen to her. When she told him she was getting married to a ninja of Konohagakure, they had a big fight, and she left. Naruto hung his head a little. I'm sorry. Umi glanced at her and smirked. She never contacted us again, but we found out that her husband had become the Hokage. Dad was proud. He was hoping to. He wanted to talk to her again. Patch things up between them. She shook her head. Then we heard about what happened in the village. She was killed. By the nine-tailed fox, along with her husband. Naruto gave a nod. I know, and so does he. Umi stood up and glared at her with a hard and angry expression. You shouldn't be so trusting. I was hoping to get you alone. She raised her hands and formed a seal. Naruto cocked his head. Huh? The water in the spring began to swirl. Your wife killed my sister. It destroyed my father when he learned of it. She took away his chance to ask her for forgiveness. She jumped out of the spring and landed just outside it as the water swirled in a violent manner towards the center. Naruto was clinging to the edge of the pool and reached out to grab Kira's arm as she was pulled off the edge and screamed in alarm. He kept his grip, but the vortex was growing more powerful. Umi scowled at him. I was trying to seduce you, but not because I wanted to fuck you. No. I wanted to kill you, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. She walked over and lifted her foot to stomp down on his hand as he glared up at her. We didn't have anything to do with that. So what? Umi put her foot down and started grinding on his palm. He was starting to pull the stone he was clinging to up, and she actually delayed his being sucked into the dark energy at the center of the whirlpool. This is about revenge. She took my sister, and I will take her wife. What's she going to do, sealed up inside her Jinchuriki anyway? The boy growled as he felt his fingers slipping as she kept grinding her foot onto the top of his palm. I will have my revenge. It's too bad, you are pretty. I was hoping to have a bit of fun before I killed you. His grip failed and he spun around in the water towards the dark energy in the center. Umi looked on with a malevolent glare as she watched him spin towards the center. She paused as the water became violently still after the blonde and his friend went under in the center. Rather than leave the telltale signs of red-tinted water the technique should have produced, a violent explosion blasted up from the center of the pool, spraying the hot water in every direction. Naruto was at the center, holding his palm towards where the sphere of energy generating the torrent had been. He'd managed to produce a Rasengan just before he came into contact with it, and the resulting blast had cleared the pool of water almost completely. It was starting to fill again from a hole at the center that led to the source of the spring. Umi screamed in pain as she shielded herself and became scalded by the deluge of hot water that blasted from the pool. She landed on her rear holding her face and growling. What the hell? She froze and gasped. The violet-haired kitsune was holding a kunai up to her throat with a wild-eyed glare. That's enough. Naruto was holding the girl's wrist and keeping her from killing the woman. She still appeared as a blonde girl and was gasping for breath. Kira looked back at her. She tried to kill us. Umi was pinned down and made no moves as she glared at him. You. How did? Naruto shook his head. You're not the only one who can use a jutsu. The woman had tears in her eyes. Kill me and be done with it. Kira backed off and frowned at her. Naruto turned away. I'm sorry about your sister. Killing me won't bring her back. The Uzumaki woman managed to get to her knees. So what? I told you already. This is about revenge. That thing destroyed my family. My father went insane. My brother is nothing but a worthless wanderer. You're kind. You ruined my life. Look at what I've become. I'm nothing. Just a diplomat who lives alone in a rat-infested apartment. Whirlpool Country is in shambles. Our shinobi village was destroyed. There's nothing there but suffering and poverty. The weak are picked off by bandits and thugs. I can do nothing but watch as my country crumbles into chaos and destroys itself. Naruto gave a heavy sigh. If you keep telling yourself that you can't do anything, you'll end up right. The woman staggered to her feet. Don't lecture me. Do you have any idea what it feels like to be alone? To be abandoned and hated by everyone? Do you know what it feels like to live without respect, and to be told how worthless you are every day? I'm nothing but a formality. The daimyo is powerless, a lame duck, nothing but a figurehead. I come to these events for nothing but the appearance. I don't report to anyone, and everyone here knows it. I just go home, and they ignore me until the next time they need a warm body to visit another country and sit there so they can say they sent someone. Naruto balled up his fist. Yes. I know exactly what it feels like. He wanted very badly to break his henge. I know what it means to be hated. I know what it feels like to be alone and told how useless you are. I was an orphan myself, you know. Everyone hated me, feared me, and I never had any friends when I was young. Parents used to pull their children close to them and turn away when they saw me. The woman gasped and her jaw dropped. What? She looked angry. You think you can? The blonde shook her head. She looked towards Kira and found the violet-haired girl frowning at him. Nobody saved me. I had to work to earn respect. I'm sure you know about that yourself. You've got more respect here than you seem to realize. People who would help you if you gave them the chance. Umi snorted. How naive. Everyone here is looking out for themselves and their own interests. You'll figure that out soon enough. The blonde girl glanced at the woman. Go to Konohagakure and find Uzumaki Naruto. The blue-haired woman was clutching her arms and frowning at her with a glare in her eyes. Why should I? What good would it do me? The queen pulled on a robe and tied it around her waist in a slow, purposeful manner. Umi was humiliated and beaten. She was showing her that she wasn't afraid of her and didn't consider her a threat. He can't save your country for you, but perhaps he can help you more than you think. Umi was shaking with an angry glare and tears flowing down her cheeks. What good can he do me? Naruto walked into the changing area with Kira by her side. Maybe he can show you why what you are doing is so foolish. Trying to kill me for revenge will just leave Whirlpool Country without the representative it so desperately needs. It's also considerably more dangerous to your home than you imagine. I'm sure you can think of an excuse to make your way there. Umi fell to her knees in tears and simply shook while holding her arms. Kira looked at Naruto as they left the changing room and headed back to the rooms. It might have been a mistake to let her live. He glanced at her and nodded. I know. She glanced over her shoulder. I guess. She is your family. What are you going to do when she shows up? He shrugged. I'm not sure. That depends on her. Kira nodded. Why didn't you? You know? The blonde didn't look back and kept moving towards the rooms. My duty comes first. Keeping who I am now, separate from who I am as a ninja, is part of that. I can't be connected to that if this is going to work. The girl seemed to think on that. I think I understand. You chose your loyalty to Konoha over your feelings. The boy paused his stride and looked at her. Loyalty to Konoha? She looked surprised and furrowed her brow. Highness? He shook his head. I've realized something very important because of all this. Konohagakure is my ally, but I can't afford to give it my loyalty. I am your king, and my loyalty is to Shadow Realm above all else. Right now, Konoha is useful, and I do not intend to make enemies of them, It is my home. If I ever have to choose, I will choose my duty, and Konoha is no longer my duty. He started walking again and lifted his head up a bit more. I did used to dream about being Hokage. I never really gave up on that dream until I came here to Kumogakure. I've realized that I can never be Hokage of Hidden Leaf. From now on, my dream is to be the best king the first can be for my people. That is my responsibility, and that is my duty. I can't afford to split my loyalties, and that dream has to die. Kira smiled at him. I'm sure you'll do well, Highness. Her chest was puffed out and she looked very pleased with him. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto gave a heavy sigh. He could be in two places at once, and that was exactly what he was doing. He opened the door to the room he'd been invited to and found himself in a softly lit room. There were candles about the walls and soft music was playing. Kai was sitting at a small table with a smile on his face. He stood up and moved up to greet her, taking the bag off her shoulder and her coat. She was dressed in a dark green dress with a low neckline. A string of pearls adorned her neck and 2 earrings sparkled from the candlelight as he ushered her into the room. Well, very punctual. Midnight on the dot. He was pleasant and greeted her. I'm usually late. You should be flattered. She fluttered her eyelashes and let him lead her to the table. There was a chilled bottle of wine and a candle between them. You've gone to a lot of trouble on my account, it seems. He smiled at her. No trouble at all. I find the atmosphere relaxing. She glanced over and noticed rose petals were spread out across the bed. She knew she'd been followed to the room by a Kumo shinobi. They were keeping their distance though, and were keeping tabs on her. He sat down across from her and poured a glass for each of them. Were you followed? She nodded. Yes, but it would have aroused suspicion if I'd lost them. They're down the hall a ways. I've got someone watching them who will warn me if they get too close. Kai smirked at that. Very resourceful of you. He gazed into her eyes. You look very beautiful. She returned the smirk and gazed into his eyes. Business before pleasure, dear. The man nodded. We're interested in hiring your services. Nothing serious, of course. Just keeping tabs on a few of our neighbors. The blonde girl nodded. You only border Konohagakure. He sat back and cocked his head. That's true. We're less than interested in them though. We've got rivalries in shipping. Konoha doesn't do much exporting by sea. They rely on land routes for trade and have very little in the way of a navy of their own. Most of their ports rely on shipping by other countries, such as wave and sea countries, as well as lightning, wind, and river countries. Naruto smiled. Well, Gatu is out of the picture. I heard that their aggressive shipping practices have mostly stopped. They have that bridge of theirs now. I've also heard rumors of Tea Country nearly being involved in an incident with a village near the border of Fire Country not very long ago. Seems to have cleared up, and nothing came of it. I do understand there's a bit of mistrust between the two over it now though. Konoha has put pressure on their trade relations and has tightened security on the border. No thumb serious, but I'm to understand that imports cost a few extra ryo now because of it all. Kai nodded. It's good to know you keep your ear to the ground. Fire Country is of no real concern. A few heads rolled, and that mess was smoothed over rather quickly. Lightning Country controls the northern sea routes, and they're welcome to it. We run routes, but our major routes are mostly in the southern seas. We mostly control the seas between the island nations. Tea Country's real strength is in her navy. Our army and ninja are enough to keep our borders safe, but are not strong enough to be any real threat to a place like Fire Country. Naruto sipped on her wine and listened. That's what I've heard. I'm guessing this is about River Country. I noticed you were less than friendly to Izawa. Rumors of pirates? The blonde mane nodded. Yes. We're very interested in finding out anything we can about their operations. They're notorious smugglers, and we've got little interest in that. However, recently they've been attacking other merchant ships. More organized than the usual scuffles between competing companies. The girl was playing with her pearls. I see. Tea Country's navy is having difficulty dealing with them? Kai shook his head. No. We've handled it, most of our ships go out with escorts now. However, sending those escorts is expensive. They still get attacked, but we've not lost any more merchant ships. We do lose sailors though, even though we usually drive off the raiders. They don't use river country flags, but it's obvious they're river country ships. Why not attack the bases? She had a feeling she already knew the answer. Her date confirmed her suspicion. We can't figure out where they're coming from. Their bases are well hidden, and may not be on the mainland at all. We cannot sail along their entire coast without causing a ruckus looking for them. We'd probably lose a lot of ships and it might start a war. Have you captured any? The girl was interested and taking it seriously from the look of her. Yes. They all died before revealing anything. He seemed thoughtful. Another reason to believe this is well organized. Pirates are usually weak-willed and fall apart with little prodding. They do not often operate in anything more than small groups. Usually 3 to 5 ships. This involves at least 20 ships, probably more. Though we suspect it's less than 30. We've sent 6 to the seafloor. The blonde girl nodded. That does sound like a well-organized fleet. It would require quite a port to hold it all. It's probably spread out over several ports. We're at a loss. They are not easily found and vanish quickly using fog. We suspect a jutsu of some kind, meaning there are probably ninja involved. Likely more than one who can use such a jutsu. The blonde sat back and kicked her leg. Hidden mist maybe? I've seen a jutsu like that before. Kai leaned forward. We're not sure. Hidden mist has a lot of missing and abandoned nin. They're stable now, but have not been until very recently. It has since calmed since the death of Yagura. They also might have hired the services of Hidden Mist proper. We know little about them, and as I said, we've been unable to locate where they're operating from because of their ability to manufacture that damn mist. It's very frustrating. We've sent spies to try and discover them, but nothing of note has come up. I'll look into it. The blonde girl glanced at him. How much I charge for the information depends on how difficult it is to find out. We'll pay handsomely for any information about this problem. If you can come through, we may be interested in hiring your services again in the future. He leaned towards her. I do hope it's not too expensive. We're willing to pay a fair price, but don't expect us to pay a fee that's worse than what the pirates cost us. She smirked at him. Don't worry. I'm not interested in getting involved with any country's affairs. I don't mind a bit of information dealing, but you can expect me to keep my nose out of anything that might cause too much trouble. I'm not getting dragged into a war or helping you or anyone else out with an aggressive action. I don't do contracts. If I find something out, I'll bring it to you, and we can discuss a fair price depending on what the information is about. She played with her necklace again and relaxed in her chair. You can expect me to find out what both sides of this story are. I don't mind helping defend your interest or keep your borders safe, but I've got my own kind to think about. It has to be good for my kind to help you out. I've no interest in risking the neck of every kitsune in river country over a shipping dispute. Kai narrowed his eyes a little. What do you mean? Naruto leaned towards him. There will be a gold price on this of course, but I also know that your fur trade includes hunting foxes. We'll work something out when I've got something useful to offer you, but you can expect it to cost you considerably less if that trade becomes illegal. After all, if you're hunting my people, you're not much of an ally, are you? He seemed to think about that. I'll see what I can do. I'll need something to bring to the table though. The blonde girl cocked her head. I know. We'll discuss it once I've managed to get something that's valuable to your country. He nodded. Well, I've made my offer. I'm afraid it's not within my power to promise such a thing to you though. Though, I assure you I can at least get the daimyo's ear if you have something to offer in regard to this problem. He is not pleased with the situation, and puts a lot of pressure on the Navy, Marines, and his ninja to deal with it. The blonde girl nodded and sipped at her drink again. Kai leaned across the table and took her hand. Now that business is finished, might I interest you in something more? Pleasant? Naruto nodded. Let me just go freshen up a bit. She grabbed her bag and made for the bathroom. Once inside she opened it up. Masara poked his head out and hopped out shaking himself off. Naruto opened the window beside the shower silently and slipped out. The kitsune changed into Naruto's female form in a skimpy negligee, waited a few moments, and then opened the door. She posed in the doorway and smiled at him. Well, this is certainly more comfortable. The next day, Naruto was eating breakfast with Mizu. The brunette had thanked her for running interference for her the night before. The blonde found himself enjoying the conversation, even though it quickly degraded to a conversation about their respective nights with the men. Masara had reported back and filled him in with enough information about it to get her buy in the conversation. Mizu was impressed with Azum and raved about what he'd done to her. Naruto was able to get by giving minimal information about Kai and her fling with him. He had spent his evening with Kira and Kurama, and was worn enough to make his story plausible. Umi walked up to the table and looked at the blonde with a frown on her face. She looked a bit tired, and it was obvious she'd not gotten much sleep. Naruto didn't look at her and said nothing. "I'm heading back today. Just saying goodbye." She looked at Mizu. The brunette stood up with a worried expression on her face. "Umi, are you all right?" The blue-haired woman nodded once. "I'm just a bit hungover. I overdid it a little last night." Her friend looked concerned. "Maybe you should get some sleep? You're leaving early? Why?" Her older friend smiled. "Don't worry about it. I'm fine. I just overdid it, and I think I'm better off heading home a little early." She looked at the blonde girl. "It was nice meeting you. Maybe we'll see each other again next time." Naruto gave an even nod. "Sorry you can't stay." Mizu looked confused and almost seemed to follow after her. She sat back down looking dissatisfied and glanced at the girl across from her. "Did something happen? She didn't find out, did she? I hope she's not upset." The blonde girl gave a headshake. "Not very significant. She had a little too much to drink the previous evening and passed out. Not a huge concern." Mizu nodded with a somewhat wary expression. "All right. Did the two of you get along well?" You had her full attention. Their parting had an air of coolness about it. However, neither appeared to be upset or furious with the other. "She's fine. I believe she's just a little embarrassed about passing out so quickly after getting so inebriated. We have no animosity toward one another." Naruto cast a sidelong glance in the direction the woman had disappeared. "I hope to see her once more. We had a good relationship." Mizu gave a nod. "I apologize if she let you down. She is a good partner in bed. She doesn't usually get that inebriated." Naruto gave her a small smile. "Nope. I am aware of everything. It is not a major concern. The next time we meet, I'm sure things will go more smoothly." The brunette tilted her head and looked where Umi had disappeared. "Well, I kind of feel sorry for her. She seemed to really enjoy you, so she must be disappointed. Actually, last night she asked me to help get the two of you alone. It worked out, sort of. I didn't lie about wanting to go with Azum, and I'd rather she didn't find out. She is a truly wonderful friend." The blonde girl gave a nod. "I'm happy you feel that way. She needs someone like you as a friend." That perplexed her companion. "What do you mean?" Naruto gave her a smile. "Things aren't looking good in Whirlpool Country right now. I believe that because she is under so much pressure, she became a little tense. She is a strong woman, so don't worry, but she can use all the friends she can make." Mizu appeared happy. "Yes. You will also be her friend, correct?" The blonde girl gave a single nod while crossing her arms. "I'll help her if I can." It appeared to ease her companion's anxiety and calm her down. "Well, I guess it's just you and me then." Sighing, Naruto entered his room. Kumo had been hanging out with Mizu all day and had a lot of work to do. It was early evening when she collapsed onto her bed, content. She had taken the vivacious young brunette for a walk on a mountain trail and gone skiing. They'd had lunch together and done some shopping, which had been enjoyable. She was kicking back in the room with the three kitsunes. Kira had followed suit and was putting on a coat and some snow boots. That was great, Highness. While they were out, she had run into a friend who was a mountain fox, and they had a brief conversation. Naruto was taught how to ski by the new kitsune, who had assumed the shape of a local Kumo, and he also served as a guide for them during their brief encounter in the mountains. While he was chatting with Mizu, she had also spent some time conversing with Kira. She could talk back to him non-stop, but Ino had trained him to tolerate that kind of behavior. The door was knocked on. Raising himself, Naruto unlocked it. The girl, a young brunette, was grinning at her. Azum and I have another date this evening. I therefore doubt that I will see you again before we depart tomorrow. Naruto grinned and raised an eyebrow. Oh. All in all, it was enjoyable. I hope to see you once more in the future. Mizu nodded and grinned. Indeed. I'm happy we got to meet. Umi was never willing to accompany me on a hike or ski trip. She's a terrific friend and a lot of fun, but she doesn't enjoy being outside. With a nod, Naruto began to wonder how much Mizu actually knew about her friend. The woman was a ninja with training. She was probably a chunin, he thought, not quite a junin level. Her attempt to kill him with a jutsu move wasn't exactly a simple ninjutsu move. Maybe she just doesn't like the cold? Mizu gave a nod. Possibly. There's nowhere else where she's better. She always says something like, I'd rather just relax while I can. At that, the blonde girl grinned. This may be her best chance to date. She doesn't appear lethargic in any way. The brunette gave a nod and appeared to consider it. Perhaps you're correct. Anyhow. Once more, I wanted to thank you. You've been quite kind. I hope we can get together once more and become close friends. I also hope so. I'm happy that Umi and I got to meet. Behind their backs, Kira scowled a little at that, but neither of them took notice. After learning about the incident, Masara and Kurama pretended not to give a damn, hiding their true feelings in the process. Mizu leapt into the blonde's embrace and planted a kiss on her. Though surprised, Naruto refrained from pushing her away. The brunette woman hung from the blonde girl's arms, making her flush a little. Hey. I'm still in debt to you for your assistance the other evening. Recall? With a smile on her face, the younger blonde appeared slightly offended. What? Put it out of your mind. I was happy to assist. Actually. With a smile, Mizu pushed her further away. I'm adamant. In addition, you seem pretty hot in my opinion, like I said I would. She hung the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the outside knob and shut the door behind her. Naruto was walking down the long mountain steps, far from her little vacation, and she was staring wistfully back at the gates of Kumogakure. Well, that was certainly something. Masara gave a nod. Yeah, I'll say. Kira let out a sigh and cocked her head. It certainly was exciting if nothing else. I sure learned a lot. Still wearing his henge, Naruto walked away with his head cocked and his arms folded. He intended to hold onto it briefly until they were out of Kumo's line of sight. In the unlikely event that he encountered someone while traveling. Kurama laughed. Yes. How to apply makeup, dance ballroom, and walk in high heels. For a moment, Naruto scowled at the three. I'm gonna get you guys for all of that crap later. Masara gave a nod. We're excited about it. Besides, you are, after all, our queen. Hey. That seemed to make Kira laugh. Indeed, our monarch is a queen. It's funny that. The boy's head was hung. Ah, stop it. It's already so bad that I have to put up with it. I should have realized that henge in this manner was not a good idea. He gave his neck some scratches. In addition, I'm a spy and a ninja. If I need to, I have no trouble donning a disguise. Who knows, all that stuff might come in handy one day. Although he hadn't anticipated requiring Rasengan on this trip, it had proved to be useful. The person with violet hair Kitsune grinned. Mizu was a sweet young lady. She was really enjoyable. Kurama laughed. I will say. We nearly caused her to miss that particular date. Although their leader appeared less grumpy, his attitude did appear to slightly improve. Human. In any case, when did I become such a pervert? He'd actually thought for a second about sleeping with Umi before she tried to kill him. Though he wasn't sure if it was the right decision, he was relieved that he was resisting now. It was fun, but I'll be glad to get back home and see Kitsuma again. Kira gave that a smile. Yes. How is the prince doing, I wonder? Masara gave a nod. He must be doing well. At the very least, he is well guarded. Kurama gave a nod. Yeah, those two teachers of yours are great guys. The boy's henge disappeared and he nodded. Yes. But I want to rush and return as soon as possible. Now that training has ended, it's time for me to get to work. Now that his team was complete, he had a lot on his plate. Now that the sound base locations had been determined, it was time to prepare an attack. It was time to pursue Orochimaru and sound. He was as prepared as he was going to be. Now that the pieces were in place, it was time to initiate play. Gazing over the path ahead, his gaze became intense and solemn. Though it would not be a simple route, he and his group were now ready to follow it. He would officially be back in Konohagakure, where he would lead Team 7.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.